Something happened a few weeks ago that I still can't explain, and the memories continue to haunt my waking hours. It was a Saturday morning in October 2022, and I had just dragged myself out of bed after another grueling week at the construction site. My body ached from 10 hours of concrete pouring the day before, and my head felt like it was stuffed with cotton. The autumn rain pelted against my apartment windows, creating an endless drumbeat that matched my sluggish heartbeat. I was contemplating whether to make coffee or just crawl back under the covers when my phone buzzed against the nightstand. The caller ID showed my brother's name, and I reluctantly swiped to answer. "Hey, how are you doing?" His voice was unusually cheerful for someone calling before noon on a weekend. With my groggy head still swimming, I replied, "Man, I just woke up. What's up?" He laughed. That familiar sound that had gotten us both into trouble countless times growing up. "Okay, bro. So we both don't have anything to do this weekend, right?" "Yeah, I know. Do you have a plan?" I rubbed my eyes, trying to focus on whatever scheme he was cooking up. "Sounds like that's why you might have called me," I added, knowing my brother's patterns all too well.
Yep, we're both free for the weekend, and the old man is free anyway because he's retired. So why don't we guys just go have a good time in Germany on a beer tour?
The idea struck me as simultaneously brilliant and completely insane. We lived in eastern France, so Germany wasn't impossibly far, but a spontaneous international drinking expedition seemed like the kind of decision we'd regret. Then again, when had that ever stopped us before? "All right," I heard myself saying. "Sounds fun to me." As I hung up the phone, I felt a strange mixture of excitement and apprehension. There was something about the timing that felt off, though I couldn't put my finger on what exactly. The rain continued its relentless assault on the windows, and for just a moment I thought I heard something else mixed in with the weather. A sound like distant laughter, though that was probably just my imagination playing tricks on me. I shook off the odd feeling and started packing a bag. After all, what could go wrong with a few days of German beer and family bonding? 3 days later, we were on the road in my brother's aging Volkswagen, which wheezed and groaned with every hill we climbed. The October landscape of eastern France gave way to the rolling hills of southwestern Germany, and despite the car's mechanical complaints, our spirits were high. My father Bernard sat in the passenger seat with a road map spread across his lap. He refused to trust GPS, claiming it was just another way for them to track your movements. "Turn here," he announced, jabbing his finger at an intersection that looked identical to the dozen we'd already passed. My brother Laurent gripped the steering wheel tighter. "Dad, that's the third time you've said that about the exact same road." No, this is different. See that sign? That wasn't there before." I leaned forward from the back seat to get a better look. The sign was weathered and covered in what looked like decades of accumulated grime. The German text was barely legible, and something about the way the letters seemed to shift in the afternoon light made me uneasy. It was probably just fatigue from the drive, but I could have sworn the words changed when I wasn't looking directly at them. "Are you sure that's the right way?" I asked, though I couldn't explain why I felt so reluctant about that particular route. "Trust me," Bernard said, folding the map with the practiced efficiency of someone who had been navigating before satellites existed. "I've been reading maps since before you two were born." We turned down the indicated road, and almost immediately, the landscape began to change. The rolling hills became steeper, more heavily forested. The trees seemed to press closer to the narrow asphalt, their branches creating a canopy so thick that even in broad daylight we were driving through a tunnel of shadows. The temperature in the car seemed to drop, though none of us had touched the air conditioning. "Well, this is atmospheric," Laurent muttered, turning on the headlights even though it was only mid-afternoon. For the next hour, we drove through countryside that seemed increasingly isolated. We passed no other vehicles, saw no houses, and encountered no other signs of human habitation. The silence in the car grew heavy, broken only by the engine's labored breathing and the occasional creak of settling metal. Bernard kept checking the map, his confidence gradually giving way to confusion. We should have reached the main road by now." "Maybe we should turn back," I suggested, though the words felt strange in my mouth. Part of me wanted to keep driving deeper into this strange landscape, despite every rational instinct screaming the opposite. No, Bernard waved dismissively. "We're committed now. Besides, look, there's something up ahead." Through the windshield, we could see a break in the tree line. As we crested a small hill, a valley spread out below us, and nestled at its heart was what appeared to be a small village. Smoke rose from chimneys, and warm yellow light glowed in windows. It looked like something from a postcard, almost too picturesque to be real. "See," Bernard said triumphantly. "I told you this was the right way." But as we descended toward the village, I noticed something that made my stomach clench with an inexplicable dread. There were no people visible anywhere. No one walking the streets, no children playing, no signs of movement except for that steady rise of smoke from the chimneys. The place looked inhabited but somehow empty, like a movie set waiting for actors who would never arrive. The village turned out to be larger than it had appeared from the hill, with winding cobblestone streets that seemed designed to confuse rather than guide. We drove in circles for nearly 20 minutes before Laurent finally spotted a sign pointing toward what appeared to be the only hotel in town. The building was old but well-maintained, with flower boxes under the windows and a hand-painted sign that read, "Gasthaus zum Schwarzwald, the Black Forest Inn." "Well, this looks promising," Laurent said, though his voice carried a note of uncertainty. We parked in a small lot behind the building and gathered our bags. The air was noticeably colder here than it had been just a few miles back, and the silence was almost complete. No traffic noise, no distant conversations, not even the sound of birds. It was as if the entire village existed in some kind of acoustic bubble. The hotel's front door was heavy wood bound with iron straps, like something from a medieval fortress. It opened with a groan that seemed to echo through the building's interior. The lobby was warm and inviting, with exposed wooden beams and a crackling fireplace, but something about the atmosphere felt forced, as if someone had worked very hard to create the appearance of coziness. Behind the reception desk stood a woman I hadn't seen in nearly 15 years, though she looked virtually unchanged. Her auburn hair was pulled back in the same style she'd worn as a teenager, and her smile was just as bright as I remembered. "Oh my God," she said, her face lighting up with genuine surprise. "I don't believe it." She came around the desk and wrapped her arms around my neck, pulling me into a hug that brought back a flood of memories. Summer nights at the campground where our families had vacationed, long walks through pine forests, the innocent romance of youth. "Jeanette," I exclaimed, pulling back to look her in the eye. "You look amazing. What are you doing here?" "I could ask you the same thing," she laughed. "This is my place now. Well, mine and my husband's." My father and brother exchanged glances, clearly trying to piece together the connection. I quickly explained. "This is Jeanette from the old campground we used to go to when I was young. You remember, Dad? The one near Strasbourg?" Bernard nodded slowly, though I could see he was still processing the coincidence. What were the odds of randomly encountering someone from my past in a remote German village? "Well, any friend of my son's is a friend of the family," Bernard said with his characteristic warmth. "I'm Bernard, and this is Laurent." Jeanette's smile widened. "In that case, drinks are on the house tonight. Consider it a reunion celebration." As she led us to our rooms, I couldn't shake the feeling that her appearance wasn't quite as coincidental as it seemed. There was something in her eyes, a flicker of recognition that went beyond our shared history, as if she had been expecting us. But that was ridiculous, wasn't it? How could she have known we were coming when we'd only decided on the trip 3 days ago? "Your rooms are on the second floor," she said, handing us old-fashioned skeleton keys. "Dinner is served until 9, and the bar stays open as long as there are customers." As we climbed the narrow wooden staircase, our footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet building. I found myself counting the doors we passed, noting that several appeared to be sealed shut with what looked like fresh paint. When I mentioned this to Laurent, he just shrugged. "Old building," he said. "Probably renovations." But as we reached our floor, I caught sight of something that made me pause. Through a window at the end of the hallway, I could see the forest beyond the village, dense, dark trees that seemed to stretch endlessly toward the horizon. And somewhere in that darkness I could swear I saw points of light flickering like distant stars, or perhaps like eyes watching us from the tree line. I blinked, and when I looked again, the lights were gone. By evening, the hotel's common room had filled with what I assumed were locals, though their conversations were conducted in hushed tones that made it impossible to catch more than a few words. The atmosphere was convivial enough, with traditional German folk music playing softly from speakers hidden somewhere in the wooden walls, but there was an undercurrent of tension that I couldn't quite identify. Jeanette had changed into a traditional dirndl that emphasized her figure, and she moved through the room with the practiced ease of someone who had been running a hospitality business for years. She brought us beer after beer, each mug larger than the last, and regaled us with stories of how she'd met her husband, a local businessman who owned not just the hotel but several other properties in the region. "He's away on business," she explained when Bernard asked about meeting him. "But he'll be back tomorrow. I'm sure he'd love to meet you." As the evening wore on, the combination of strong German beer and the warmth of the fireplace began to work its magic. Bernard was the first to succumb, yawning widely and announcing that he was too old for this kind of marathon drinking session. Laurent lasted about an hour longer before declaring defeat and heading upstairs, but not before tossing me his room key. "Just in case you need a backup," he said with a knowing wink. "Have fun, but be smart about it." Once my family had retired, the atmosphere in the common room shifted subtly. The other patrons seemed to draw closer to their tables, their conversations becoming even quieter. Jeanette took a seat across from me, pouring herself a glass of what looked like homemade schnapps. "So," she said, studying my face in the firelight, "what brings you to this particular corner of Germany? And don't tell me it was just random chance." I was about to insist that it had been exactly that when I noticed something that made me pause. Sitting alone at a corner table was a young woman with striking black hair that seemed to absorb the light around it. She couldn't have been older than 25, and she was beautiful in a way that made you want to stare even though you knew you shouldn't. But there was something unsettling about her presence. She hadn't touched the drink in front of her, and she seemed to be listening intently to every word of our conversation. "Who's that?" I asked, nodding slightly in her direction. Jeanette followed my gaze, and I watched her expression change. The warmth disappeared from her eyes, replaced by something that looked almost like fear. "Ingrid," she said quietly, taking a large sip of her schnapps. "She's new to the area, moved here a few months ago with some friends. She seems interested in our conversation." "She's interested in a lot of things," Jeanette replied cryptically. "Maybe too many things." I was about to ask what she meant when Jeanette grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my flesh with surprising strength. "Listen to me carefully," she whispered, her voice urgent. "I know this sounds crazy, but there are some people in this area who are involved in, let's call them alternative spiritual practices. They have meetings in the forest, and they're very serious about their privacy." "You mean like a hiking club?" Jeanette's laugh was sharp and humorless. "Not exactly. More like the kind of group that takes their beliefs very, very seriously. The kind that doesn't appreciate outsiders stumbling into their business." I glanced back at Ingrid, who was now looking directly at us with those dark eyes. When our gazes met, she smiled, but there was something predatory about the expression, like a cat that had just spotted a particularly interesting mouse. "Are you trying to scare me away from her?" I asked. "I'm trying to keep you alive," Jeanette replied, and the absolute sincerity in her voice sent a shiver down my spine. Despite Jeanette's warning, or perhaps because of it, I found myself drawn to Ingrid's table. There was something magnetic about her presence, something that made rational thought difficult. As I approached, she looked up with those impossibly dark eyes and smiled. "You're not from around here," she said. Her accent was German, but there was something else underneath it, something I couldn't quite identify. "Just visiting with my family," I replied, taking the seat across from her without invitation. "What about you?" "I moved here recently. The forest called to me." It was an odd way to phrase it, but something in her tone suggested she meant it literally. As we talked, I found myself drawn deeper into conversation with her. She spoke about the history of the region, about old traditions that had been practiced in these woods for centuries, about the way modern life had disconnected people from their true nature. "Would you like to see something special?" she asked after we'd been talking for nearly an hour. "What kind of something?" "The forest at night is different, more honest, more real." Every instinct I had was screaming at me to politely decline and head to my room. But there was something hypnotic about her voice, something that made saying no feel impossible. "Sure," I heard myself saying. "That sounds interesting." As we left the hotel, I caught sight of Jeanette behind the bar. She was staring at us with an expression of pure horror, shaking her head almost imperceptibly. But by then, it was too late to change my mind without seeming rude. The village streets were completely deserted, illuminated only by the occasional street lamp that cast long shadows between the old buildings. Ingrid led me toward the forest edge, where a narrow trail disappeared into the darkness between the trees. She moved with the confidence of someone who knew these paths intimately, while I stumbled along behind her, trying to keep up. "How far are we going?" I asked after we'd been walking for what felt like miles. "Not much further," she replied. though her voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The forest around us was alive with sounds. The rustle of small animals in the underbrush, the distant call of night birds, the whisper of wind through leaves. But underneath all of that was another sound, something rhythmic and low that seemed to come from the earth itself. "Do you hear that?" I asked. "Hear what?" But when I looked at Ingrid, she was smiling in a way that suggested she knew exactly what I meant. The trail began to slope downward, and I realized we were descending into some kind of natural bowl in the forest floor. The trees here were older, larger, their trunks twisted into strange shapes that looked almost like human figures in the darkness. And as we walked deeper into this woodland cathedral, the rhythmic sound grew stronger. It was chanting. "Ingrid," I said, stopping in my tracks, "what exactly are we doing here?" But when I turned around, she was gone. I called her name, my voice echoing strangely in the enclosed space. The chanting continued, seeming to come from all directions at once. I could make out multiple voices now, all female, all speaking in a language I didn't recognize. That was when I saw the light. Through the trees ahead, I could see the flicker of flame, not the steady glow of electric lights, but the wild, dancing illumination of a fire. Against every rational instinct in my body, I crept toward it, moving as quietly as possible through the underbrush. What I saw when I reached the edge of the clearing will haunt me for the rest of my life. 8 women stood in a perfect circle around a massive bonfire that threw their shadows dancing across the surrounding trees. They were all young, all dressed in dark clothing that seemed to blend with the forest itself. And there, unmistakably, was Ingrid, holding something in her hands that made my stomach lurch. It was a cat, or had been. The animal hung limp and motionless, its body twisted at an unnatural angle. As I watched in horror, Ingrid raised it above her head while the other women continued their chanting, their voices rising and falling in a pattern that seemed designed to bypass rational thought and speak directly to some primitive part of the brain. I tried to tell myself that this was some kind of elaborate performance, maybe a local theater group rehearsing for a Halloween production. But the smell that reached me through the night air, metallic, organic, wrong in every possible way, told a different story. The chanting reached a crescendo, and Ingrid threw the dead animal onto the fire. The flames roared higher, and in that moment, all 8 women turned to look directly at me. Their eyes reflected the firelight like mirrors, and their faces wore expressions of savage joy that had nothing to do with humanity. These weren't women playing at being something they weren't. They were something else entirely, something that had learned to wear human faces when necessary. I don't remember making the conscious decision to run. One moment I was frozen in terror at the edge of the clearing, and the next I was crashing through the underbrush, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. Behind me I could hear them coming, not running, but moving through the forest with the fluid grace of predators who knew their territory intimately. They made sounds as they pursued me, not screams exactly, but something between laughter and the hunting calls of wolves. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had joined in the chase. I ran blindly, no longer sure which direction led back to the village, operating purely on panic and adrenaline. Thorns cut my face, low branches struck my chest, and more than once I stumbled and went down hard on the rocky forest floor. But each time, those inhuman sounds drove me back to my feet. Just when I thought my lungs were going to burst and my legs were going to give out entirely, I saw lights ahead, real lights, the warm glow of the village street lamps. I burst out of the forest like a cork from a bottle, gasping and bleeding, my clothes torn and my mind reeling. The pursuit sounds had stopped the moment I left the trees, but when I looked back I could see eyes watching me from the darkness, dozens of them, reflecting the village lights like fallen stars. I made it back to the hotel running on pure adrenaline, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I was sure it would burst. The lobby was empty, the fire reduced to glowing embers, and the silence felt oppressive after the chaos of the forest. I used my key with shaking hands and stumbled into my room, immediately throwing the deadbolt and checking the window locks. For a long time I sat on the edge of the bed, trying to process what I had witnessed. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as an elaborate prank or some kind of local tradition that had gotten out of hand. But the smell of that fire, the sound of those voices, the way those eyes had reflected the light, none of it felt like theater. I must have dozed off from exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, there was hammering on my door that seemed to shake the entire building. The sound was violent, urgent, like someone was trying to break down the barrier between us rather than simply requesting entry. "Who is it?" I called out, though my voice came out as barely more than a whisper. The hammering stopped abruptly, replaced by a voice I recognized but barely. Ingrid's voice, but transformed into something that made my skin crawl. "Open the door," she said, and each word seemed to carry physical weight. "Open it now." I looked through the peephole and immediately wished I hadn't. Ingrid stood in the hallway, but this wasn't the woman I had met in the bar. Her face was contorted with rage, her features somehow sharper and more angular than they had been before. Her hair hung in wild tangles, and her clothes were stained with something dark. But it was her eyes that made me step back from the door. They were completely black now. Not just the pupils, but the entire visible surface, as if someone had filled them with oil. "I know you're in there," she continued, her voice carrying a tone of absolute authority. "What you saw tonight, you will forget it. You will tell no one, and you will never speak of us again." Despite every rational thought in my head screaming at me to keep the door locked, I found my hand moving toward the deadbolt. There was something compelling about her voice, something that bypassed conscious thought and spoke directly to the part of the brain that controlled movement. "That's right," she whispered, somehow knowing that I was reaching for the lock. "Open the door. Let me in. Let me help you understand." My fingers were actually on the deadbolt when I caught sight of my reflection in the room's mirror. My face was pale, my eyes wide with terror, and there was something about seeing my own fear that snapped me back to awareness. I jerked my hand away from the lock as if it had burned me. "No," I said, and saying it felt like breaking free from invisible chains. "No, I won't." The silence that followed was complete and terrifying. Then, slowly, I heard her footsteps moving away from the door. But instead of the sound of someone walking normally down a hallway, it was more like something large and heavy being dragged across the wooden floor. I looked through the peephole again, and the hallway was empty. But on the door itself, at exactly the height where her face had been, were scratches in the wood. 4 parallel gouges that looked like they had been made by fingernails or claws. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the chair by the window, watching the forest for any sign of movement. As dawn approached, the trees gradually became visible in the growing light, and they looked innocent enough, just ordinary German woodland, beautiful in the morning mist. When I finally worked up the courage to open my door, the hallway was empty and normal. The scratches I had seen on the door were gone, leaving no trace that the night's events had ever occurred. For a moment, I almost convinced myself that I had imagined the entire thing, a nightmare brought on by too much beer and too many of Jeanette's stories. Then I looked down and saw the mud on my shoes, the tears in my clothes, the scratches on my arms from the thorns. Whatever had happened in that forest, it had been real. I found Jeanette in the hotel's small dining room, setting up for breakfast. She took one look at me, and immediately set down the plates she was carrying. "What happened?" she asked, though something in her expression suggested she already knew. I told her everything. The invitation to the forest, the ceremony I had witnessed, the chase through the woods, and the visit to my room. As I spoke, her face grew progressively paler. "I tried to warn you," she said when I finished. "I tried to keep you away from her." "Who is she, really? What was that thing in the forest?" Jeanette looked around the dining room as if checking for eavesdroppers, then leaned closer to me. "There are old practices in these woods," she whispered. "Things that go back centuries, long before Christianity came to this region. Most people dismiss them as folklore, but some still follow the old ways." "You mean witchcraft?" "I mean something much older and much more dangerous than anything you'd find in a fairy tale. These women, they're not playing at being something they're not. They've given themselves over completely to forces that most people can't even imagine." She stood up and walked to the window that looked out over the forest. In the morning light, it looked peaceful and inviting, but I could still remember the sounds I had heard in its depths. "The smart thing," Jeanette continued, "would be for you and your family to leave today. Right now. Drive back to France and never come back to this region. And if I don't?" She turned back to me, and the fear in her eyes was unmistakable. "Then you'll find out just how seriously they take their privacy. And trust me, you don't want that. When my father and brother came down for breakfast, I told them we needed to leave immediately. I didn't explain why, just said I had a feeling we should get back home. Bernard grumbled about cutting the trip short, and Laurent made jokes about me being afraid of German beer, but they agreed to pack up and head back to France." As we loaded our bags into the car, I saw Ingrid watching us from across the village square. In the daylight, she looked completely normal again, just a pretty young woman in jeans and a sweater. She smiled and waved as if nothing had happened, but I noticed she never came any closer. We drove out of the village and back through the winding forest road, and with each mile we put between us and that place, I felt a weight lifting from my shoulders. But even now, weeks later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night with the sound of chanting in my ears, and the memory of those black eyes staring at me from the darkness. I never told my father or brother the real reason we left so suddenly, and I never planned to return to that region of Germany. Some experiences are better left in the past, buried under layers of rational explanation and everyday routine. But sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind is howling through the trees outside my apartment, I remember the way those women move through the forest, and I wonder if they're still out there in the darkness practicing their ancient rites and waiting for the next curious fool to stumble into their domain. And sometimes I'm absolutely certain that they are. My name is Harold Brown, and I'm 68 years old now. What I'm about to share with you is something that happened to me a few years back when I was working as a park ranger in the rugged wilderness of northern Maine. I took that job thinking it'd be all about fresh air, scenic views, and maybe the occasional rescue mission. Boy, was I wrong. I grew up in a small town in central Maine, the kind of place where everyone knows your name and your business. By the time I hit my early 60s, I was itching for a change. I wanted to get away from the gossip, the familiar faces, to have some space and quiet. That's what led me to apply for a position at Baxter State Park. Baxter State Park is a vast wild area that seemed perfect for getting lost and finding myself. It's over 200,000 acres of pristine wilderness, home to Mount Katahdin, the northern terminus of the Appalachian Trail. The park is known for its strict preservation rules: no electricity, no running water, and limited access roads. It was exactly the kind of challenge I was looking for. I started my job there in the spring, just as the last of the snow was melting off the peaks. Those first few months were everything I'd hoped for: peaceful, invigorating, and full of new experiences. I learned the trails, got to know the local wildlife, and settled into the rhythm of park life. My fellow rangers became like a second family to me. We shared meals, swapped stories, and looked out for each other in the unpredictable wilderness. But as autumn approached, things began to change. It was subtle at first, a sense of unease that I couldn't quite put my finger on. The winds seemed to whisper warnings as they rustled through the changing leaves. The animals grew more skittish, their behavior erratic. I brushed it off as the normal shift of seasons, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. It was a chilly October morning when everything changed. The kind of morning where you can see your breath, but the sun's bright enough to give you hope for a warmer afternoon. I had just finished my coffee and was checking my gear when my buddy Dave Mullins came over. Dave was a fellow ranger, a bit older than me, with a gruff manner but a heart of gold. He liked to joke around, saying things like, "Hey Harold, you ready to wrestle some bears today?" I always laughed it off, but today his usual humor seemed forced. "Morning, Dave. What's on the agenda today?" I asked, trying to shake off the morning chill and the lingering sense of foreboding. Dave's face was serious as he replied, "Got a call about some hikers who didn't return last night. They were supposed to be back by sunset. You up for a search?" I felt a knot form in my stomach. Missing hikers were never a good sign, especially this late in the season when the weather could turn treacherous in an instant. "Yeah, sure," I replied, grabbing my pack. "Where were they headed?" "Up towards Chimney Pond," Dave said, his brow furrowed with concern. "You know how folks can get turned around up there." I nodded grimly. Chimney Pond was a popular spot, nestled at the base of Mount Katahdin's steep cliffs. It was beautiful, but the terrain could be challenging, especially for inexperienced hikers. As we set off, Dave filled me in on the details. The missing group consisted of 3 hikers, 2 men and a woman, all in their late 20s. They were last seen heading up the trail to Chimney Pond the previous morning. We made our way up the trail, the beauty of the fall foliage in full display around us. Under normal circumstances, I would have reveled in the vibrant reds, oranges, and golds of the turning leaves. But today the colors seemed muted, overshadowed by the gravity of our mission. The hike to Chimney Pond is about 3.3 miles, gaining about 1,500 feet in elevation. Normally it would take us about 2 to 3 hours, but we pushed ourselves, hoping to make better time. As we climbed, the forest grew denser, the shadows deeper. The usual sounds of the woods, birdsong, rustling leaves, the scurrying of small animals, seemed oddly muted. By midday, we reached Chimney Pond and started combing the area. The pond itself was a mirror, reflecting the sheer cliffs of Katahdin that loomed above us. In any other circumstance, the view would have been breathtaking. But now, those cliffs seemed ominous, as if they were hiding secrets in their craggy faces. We split up to cover more ground, agreeing to stay within shouting distance of each other. The forest was eerily silent, just the crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional call of a distant bird. I called out a few times, "Hello? Anybody out here?" But my voice seemed to be swallowed by the dense woods, with no response. As I pushed through a particularly thick patch of underbrush, something caught my eye. A torn piece of fabric snagged on a branch. It looked like part of a jacket, the kind of high-performance outdoor gear that serious hikers wear. My pulse quickened as I moved closer, scanning the area for any more signs. That's when I heard it. A faint rustling, like someone or something was moving through the brush nearby. The sound was too deliberate to be the wind, too heavy to be a small animal.
"Dave!
I shouted, my voice echoing in the stillness.
Over here!"
I think I found something. I heard Dave's footsteps approaching rapidly. He burst through the undergrowth, his face set in a grim line. "What have you got, Harold?" he asked, slightly out of breath. "Look," I said, pointing to the scrap of fabric. "And listen, there's something moving out there." We stood still for a moment, straining our ears. The rustling came again, closer this time. Without a word, we began to push through the undergrowth, following the sounds. The forest seemed to grow darker around us, the trees pressing in closer. What we found was far worse than I'd imagined. Lying there, partially hidden by leaves and debris, was a body. It was a young woman, her face pale and lifeless, eyes staring blankly at the canopy above. There were deep gashes on her arms and legs, and her clothes were shredded. "Jesus," Dave muttered, his face pale. "What the hell happened here?" I knelt down to examine the body more closely, my years of wilderness first aid kicking in even though I knew it was too late. The wounds were unlike anything I'd seen before. Not the clean cuts of a knife, nor the tears from a fall. They looked almost animal. But no animal I knew could have done this. "I don't know," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "But we need to find the others." We radioed in our location and waited for the authorities to arrive. The rest of the day was a blur of questions. Crime scene tape and the grim task of searching for the other missing hikers. By nightfall, we had found 2 more bodies. Both men, both in similar states as the woman. As we made our way back to the ranger station that night, the forest felt different. The darkness between the trees seemed deeper, more menacing. Every snapping twig or rustle of leaves made us jump. Something had changed in our wilderness, and I had a sinking feeling that this was just the beginning. The next few days were a whirlwind of investigation. The local sheriff's department was all over it, but they were as baffled as we were. No signs of animal attack, no clear motive, just a lot of unanswered questions and a growing sense of unease. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. These weren't random killings. Whoever or whatever did this knew the area well. They had managed to overpower 3 adults, leaving no signs of a struggle beyond the immediate area where we found the bodies. It was then that I remembered something one of the older rangers, Hank Lawson, had told me when I first started. "Harold," he'd said, his eyes serious beneath his bushy eyebrows, "this place has a history. Weird things happen out here sometimes. People go missing, strange sightings. Some folks say there's something in these woods, something old and dangerous." At the time, I'd laughed it off, thinking it was just part of the park's folklore, meant to spook the new guy. But now, standing in the middle of a crime scene, Hank's words echoed in my mind. Over the next week, more search teams combed the area, but no new clues turned up. The murders became the talk of the town, with every local bar and diner buzzing with theories and rumors. Some said it was a rogue bear. Others whispered about escaped convicts or deranged hermits living in the woods. One night, after a long day of patrolling, Dave and I were sitting around the station, nursing beers and trying to make sense of it all. The mood was somber, the weight of recent events hanging heavy in the air. "You ever hear the old stories about these woods?" Dave asked suddenly, breaking the silence. I looked up from my beer, curious. What stories? Dave leaned in, his voice low. Old-timers talk about something living in these parts. Something that's been here longer than any of us. They say it hunts in cycles, taking people every few decades. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I tried to brush it off. Come on, Dave. You don't believe in that kind of thing, do you? He shrugged, but his eyes were serious. I don't know what to believe anymore, Harold. But I've been thinking about those bodies, about the way they were mutilated. It wasn't like anything I've seen before. Yeah, I've heard the tales. Some kind of cannibal spirit, right? I replied, half jokingly, trying to lighten the mood. Dave didn't smile. Yeah, but what if it's not just a story? What if there's something out there we don't understand? I sighed, feeling the weight of his words.
I don't know, man. I'm not one for ghost stories. But whatever it is, we need to find it before more people get hurt.
Little did I know then how prophetic those words would be, or how deeply our lives were about to change. The horrors we had witnessed were just the beginning of a nightmare that would push us to the very limits of our sanity and belief. As the investigation dragged on with no new leads, an uneasy quiet settled over the park. The tourists still came, drawn by the park's beauty, blissfully unaware of the dark events that had transpired. But for those of us who lived and worked there, the sense of dread never quite left. I found myself jumping at shadows, peering into the darkness between the trees, always feeling like something was watching me. My dreams were haunted by visions of mangled bodies and piercing, inhuman eyes glowing in the darkness. Weeks turned into months, and as winter approached, the case grew colder. The sheriff's department scaled back their presence, and life in the park slowly began to return to normal. But for Dave and me, things would never be the same. We took to patrolling together more often, watching each other's backs. Every noise in the forest, every unexplained track in the snow, set us on edge. We carried extra gear, including things we'd never thought we'd need in the park, like silver bullets Dave had specially made, inspired by old folklore. It was on one of these patrols, as the first real snow of the season began to fall, that everything changed again. We were checking some of the more remote trails, making sure no hikers had gotten stranded in the sudden cold snap. The forest was eerily beautiful in the snow, the white blanket muffling all sound. Our breath fogged in the air as we trudged through the deepening drifts. That's when I heard it, a sound so faint I almost missed it, a low rhythmic thumping, like a heartbeat echoing through the trees. "Dave," I whispered, grabbing his arm, "you hear that?" He nodded, his face grim. Slowly we moved towards the sound, our hands on our weapons. As we pushed through a thick stand of pines, we came upon something that made my blood run cold. There, in a small clearing, stood an old cabin I'd never seen before. It looked ancient, the wood weathered and gray, with strange symbols carved into the doorframe. The thumping sound was coming from inside. Dave and I exchanged a look. We both knew this cabin shouldn't be here. We knew every structure in the park, and this definitely wasn't on any map. "Should we call for backup?" I whispered. Dave shook his head. "No time. If someone's in there, they could be hurt." Slowly, we approached the cabin. The door hung askew on rusty hinges, creaking softly in the wind. The thumping had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. I pushed the door open, wincing at the loud groan of the hinges. The interior of the cabin was dark, the air heavy with the scent of decay and something else, something metallic and sickly sweet. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw that the walls were covered in more of those strange symbols, carved deep into the wood. "What the hell is this place?" Dave muttered, his flashlight beam dancing across the room. I was about to respond when my light fell on something that made my heart stop. There in the corner was a trapdoor partially hidden under a tattered rug. The handle was moving ever so slightly up and down. Something was down there. Dave saw it too. Without a word, we both drew our weapons. I nodded to him, and he reached for the handle of the trapdoor. In one swift motion, he yanked it open, and we aimed our lights into the darkness below. What we saw in that cellar would haunt me for the rest of my days. It was like something out of a nightmare. The walls were lined with shelves, holding jars filled with parts, human parts. In the center of the room was a crude altar, covered in dark stains and surrounded by bones. But worst of all was the creature that crouched in the corner. It was vaguely human-shaped, but wrong in every way. Its skin was pale and mottled, stretched tight over an emaciated frame. Its eyes, when they turned to us, were black and soulless. For a moment we all froze, the creature, Dave and I, locked in a tableau of horror. Then, with a shriek that chilled me to my very core, the thing lunged at us. It moved with impossible speed, scrambling up the ladder towards us. "Run," I yelled, shoving Dave towards the door. We burst out of the cabin and into the snow, the creature's inhuman screams echoing behind us. I could hear it pursuing, its feet crunching in the snow, always just a few steps behind. We ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping at our faces, the cold air burning in our lungs. I lost all sense of direction, driven only by the primal need to escape the horror that chased us. I don't know how long we ran, or how far. Eventually, we burst out onto one of the main trails, our legs giving out beneath us. We collapsed into the snow, gasping for breath, straining our ears for any sign of pursuit. But there was nothing. Just the quiet of the winter forest, and the sound of our ragged breathing. What was that thing? Dave panted, his face pale with shock and exertion. I shook my head, unable to form words. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. It defied everything I thought I knew about the world, about reality itself. We made our way back to the ranger station in a daze, jumping at every sound. When we finally reached safety, we called in everything. The sheriff, the state police, even the FBI. We told them about the cabin, the cellar, the creature. They searched, of course, every inch of the area where we said we'd found the cabin. But there was nothing there. No cabin, no cellar, no sign that anything had ever been there at all. Just pristine, unbroken snow. The official report cited hypothermia and snow blindness, suggesting that Dave and I had hallucinated the whole thing. But we knew what we saw. We knew it was real. In the years since that day, I've done a lot of research. I've dug into the history of the area, talked to locals, read every scrap of folklore I could find, and I've come to believe that what we encountered was something ancient, something that had been in those woods long before humans ever set foot there. The locals have names for it: the Wendigo, the Winter Watcher, the Hungry One. Every culture seems to have its own version of the story, but they all share the same core: a creature of insatiable hunger, of cold and darkness. I retired from the ranger service not long after that incident. I couldn't bear to be in those woods anymore. Always feeling watched, always waiting for that creature to return. Dave stuck it out a few years longer, but eventually he left too. The nightmares consoftussen I knew passer retractere, which other fisheries of 5-fold pliver palm, ren versor nu tri from war. Dave stuck it out a few years longer, but eventually he left too. The nightmares were too much for both of us. We still keep in touch, bound by the shared horror of what we experienced that day. But leaving didn't end it. Not really. Because sometimes, on cold winter nights when the wind howls outside my window, I can still hear that inhuman shriek. And I know deep in my bones that somewhere out there in the vast wilderness of Baxter State Park, that thing is still hunting. It was about 5 years after the incident when I got the call from Dave. His voice was tense, urgent. "Harold," he said, "it's happening again." My blood ran cold. I knew instantly what he meant. "Where?" "Not far from where we saw it. 3 hikers missing. Search parties found." He paused, his voice breaking slightly. "They found remains, just like before." I closed my eyes, feeling a wave of nausea wash over me. The memories I'd tried so hard to suppress came flooding back. The mangled bodies, the dark cellar, those soulless eyes. "What do you want me to do, Dave?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "I need your help, Harold. Nobody else knows what we're really dealing with. We have to stop it this time." I wanted to say no. I wanted to hang up the phone and pretend this wasn't happening, but I knew I couldn't. Whatever that thing was, it was my responsibility. Our responsibility. "I'll be there tomorrow," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The drive back to Baxter State Park was surreal. As the familiar landscape rolled by, memories both good and terrible flashed through my mind. The pristine wilderness that had once been my sanctuary now felt like a mask, hiding something dark and hungry beneath its beauty. Dave met me at the ranger station. He looked older, more haggard than I remembered. The years hadn't been kind to either of us. "Thanks for coming," he said, clasping my hand firmly. "I wasn't sure you would." I nodded grimly. "Had to. What's the situation?" Dave led me inside. where maps and photos were spread across a large table. 3 hikers went missing 4 days ago. 2 men and a woman, all in their 30s. Experienced outdoors people, not the type to get lost easily. He pointed to a spot on the map. We found the first body here, about 2 miles from the Chimney Pond Trail. What was left of it anyway. I swallowed hard, forcing down the bile rising in my throat. And the others? Dave shook his head. Nothing yet, but we found this. He handed me a photo. It showed a tree with deep gouges in its bark, forming a symbol I recognized from the cabin we'd found years ago. It's marking its territory, I muttered. Dave nodded. That's what I thought too. Harold, we can't let the search parties go in there unprepared. They don't know what they're dealing with. I looked at him, seeing the fear and determination in his eyes. What's your plan? We go in ourselves. Tonight. We know what to look for, how to track it. And this time, he paused, pulling out a small wooden box. We're prepared. He opened the box, revealing a collection of strange items. Silver bullets, vials of what looked like holy water, bundles of herbs, and a pair of ancient-looking daggers. I raised an eyebrow. Been doing some research? Dave's face was grim. Every spare moment since that day. I've talked to tribal elders, cryptozoologists, occult experts. These are our best bets for fighting that thing. Part of me wanted to laugh, to dismiss it all as superstition. But I'd seen too much to disbelieve. I picked up one of the daggers, feeling its weight in my hand. All right, I said. Let's go hunting. As night fell, Dave and I set out into the darkening forest. The familiar trails now felt ominous, every shadow potentially hiding our nightmarish quarry. We moved silently, our senses hyper-alert for any sign of the creature. Hours passed as we trekked deeper into the wilderness. The moon rose, casting an eerie glow through the trees. That's when we heard it. A low guttural sound that was neither human nor animal. Dave and I froze, exchanging a look of mingled fear and determination. Slowly we crept towards the source of the sound. As we pushed through a dense thicket, we came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, in the center of the clearing, stood the creature. It was just as horrifying as I remembered. Pale, emaciated, with those black, soulless eyes. But now, in the moonlight, I could see more details that my mind had mercifully blurred before. Its fingers ended in long, cruel claws. Its mouth, when it opened in a silent snarl, was filled with needle-sharp teeth. At its feet lay a body, one of the missing hikers. The creature crouched over its prey, ready to feed. Without thinking, I stepped forward, raising my weapon. A twig snapped under my foot, and the creature's head whipped around, its eyes locking onto mine. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, with a shriek that split the night, the creature lunged at us. What followed was a battle unlike anything I'd ever experienced. The creature moved with impossible speed and strength, its claws slashing through the air inches from our faces. Dave and I fought back with everything we had, firing silver bullets, slashing with the ancient daggers. But nothing seemed to slow it down. Our weapons, for all Dave's research, seemed to have little effect. As we fought, I began to realize the terrible truth. We were outmatched. This thing, whatever it was beyond our ability to fight. Just as despair began to overtake me, I remembered something. A detail from the old stories that Dave had shared during our research. According to legend, these creatures, these Wendigos, were once human. They became monsters through acts of cannibalism, their humanity twisted by desperation and hunger. In that moment, I made a desperate gamble. I lowered my weapon and stepped forward, looking directly into those terrifying eyes. We know what you are, I said, my voice shaking but growing stronger. We know you were human once. You don't have to be this thing. The creature paused, tilting its head as if confused. I pressed on, hoping against hope that some shred of humanity remained in this monster. There's still a choice. You can stop this. Let go of the hunger. Remember who you were. For a long moment, nothing happened. The creature stood motionless, its black eyes boring into mine. Then, slowly, something changed. The eyes began to clear, the monstrous features to soften. Before our astonished eyes, the creature began to transform. The pale, stretched skin regained color. The claws retracted into normal fingers. And there, where the monster had stood, was a man, gaunt, wild-eyed, but undeniably human. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Help me," he whispered, his voice hoarse from years of inhuman screams. Dave and I approached cautiously, still hardly believing what we'd seen. As the man looked up at us, I recognized him from old missing persons reports, a hiker who had disappeared in these woods nearly 50 years ago. We brought him back to civilization, where he told a tale almost too horrific to believe. He had become lost in the woods, starving and desperate. In his madness, he had resorted to cannibalism, feeding on the body of his dead hiking companion. That act had transformed him into the creature we encountered, cursed to roam the woods, always hungry, always hunting. The authorities didn't believe his story, of course. He was charged with the recent murders, his confession seen as the ramblings of a deranged killer. Dave and I knew the truth, but who would believe us? In the years since that night, I've often wondered if we truly defeated the evil in those woods, or if we merely changed its form. The murders stopped, yes. But sometimes, when I look at the news and see the countless acts of human cruelty, I can't help but think that the real monsters were always among us, wearing human faces. I still live near Baxter State Park. Some might call me foolish, staying so close to the site of such horrors. But I feel a responsibility to watch, to guard against the darkness I know lurks in those woods. And deep down, I know that if that evil should ever rise again, I'll be ready. Because once you've seen behind the veil of our world, once you've confronted the impossible and survived, you can never truly go back. You can only go forward, carrying the weight of that knowledge, and hope that when the time comes, you'll have the strength to face the darkness once more. So if you find yourself in the wilds of Maine, hiking the beautiful trails of Baxter State Park, remember this story. Remember that sometimes the greatest dangers aren't the ones we can see. And if you hear something moving in the woods, something that sounds almost but not quite human, run, and don't look back. Because in this world, there are things that defy explanation, things that lurk in the shadows of our rational, orderly lives. And sometimes, just sometimes, those things get hungry. The years following our encounter with the Wendigo-turned-man were filled with a strange mix of relief and unease. While the immediate threat seemed to have passed, the knowledge of what lurked in the shadows of our world never truly left me. I found myself unable to fully return to my old life, always watching, always waiting for signs that the darkness might be stirring again. I took a job as a consultant for the Park Service, using my experience to help train new rangers in wilderness survival and search and rescue techniques. Of course, I never mentioned the true horrors I'd encountered. Who would believe me? Instead, I focused on practical skills, all the while keeping a watchful eye on any unusual occurrences in the park. Dave, on the other hand, threw himself into research. He traveled the country, even venturing abroad, seeking out stories of similar creatures and the lore surrounding them. We kept in touch, sharing what we learned and supporting each other through the nightmares that still plagued us both. It was on a crisp autumn evening, almost a decade after our last encounter with the Wendigo, that everything changed again. I was sitting on my porch, watching the sun set over the distant peaks of Baxter State Park, when my phone rang. It was Dave, and from the moment I heard his voice, I knew something was wrong. "Harold," he said, his voice tight with tension. "I need you to come to the ranger station, now." "What's going on, Dave?" I asked, already reaching for my coat. "I can't explain over the phone. Just get here as fast as you can." The drive to the ranger station was tense, my mind racing with possibilities. Had there been more disappearances? Had the Wendigo returned? As I pulled into the parking lot, I saw Dave waiting for me outside, pacing nervously. "Thank God you're here," he said as I approached. "Come on, there's something you need to see." He led me into the station and straight to the communications room. A young ranger I didn't recognize was sitting at the radio, her face pale and drawn. Dave nodded to her, and she pressed a button on the console. A burst of static filled the room, followed by a voice that made my blood run cold. It was distorted, barely human, but the words were clear enough. "The hunger, it's awakening. The old ones stir. Baxter will fall." The message repeated once more before dissolving into static. I looked at Dave, seeing my own horror reflected in his eyes. "When did this come in?" I asked. "About an hour ago," Dave replied. "We've been trying to trace it, but what?" Dave hesitated, then said, "The signal, it's coming from inside the park, from a location that doesn't exist." I felt a chill run down my spine. The cabin, I whispered. Dave nodded grimly. That's what I thought too. Harold, I think it's starting again. But this time it's bigger than just one Wendigo. Over the next few days, reports began to trickle in from all over the park. Hikers describing strange sounds in the night. Rangers finding bizarre tracks that didn't match any known animal. And most disturbing of all, sightings of pale, emaciated figures moving through the trees at impossible speeds. The park authorities were at a loss. They increased patrols, issued warnings to visitors, but Dave and I knew these measures wouldn't be enough. Whatever was awakening in the depths of Baxter State Park was beyond their understanding or capability to handle. We knew we had to act, but we also knew we couldn't do it alone. Drawing on Dave's years of research and my own connections in the Ranger Service, we began to assemble a team. It was a strange group, a mix of seasoned wilderness experts, occult researchers, and a few individuals who, like us, had encountered things that defied explanation and lived to tell the tale. Among them was Sarah Redfeather, a member of the local Penobscot tribe who had grown up hearing the old stories of Wendigos and other forest spirits. There was also Dr. Elena Vasquez, a cryptozoologist who had spent years studying legends of humanoid creatures from around the world. Rounding out our core team was Jack Harper, a former Special Forces operator who had encountered something unexplainable during a mission in the remote mountains of Afghanistan and had been seeking answers ever since. As we prepared for what we knew would be a dangerous expedition into the heart of the park, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were embarking on something that would change us all forever. The stakes were higher than ever before. It wasn't just about saving a few hikers now. It felt like we were standing on the precipice of a battle for the very soul of the wilderness. Our plan was to enter the park under the guise of a standard search and rescue operation. We would make our way to the last known location of the radio signal, near where Dave and I had encountered the Wendigo years before. From there, we would attempt to locate the source of the disturbance and, well, we weren't entirely sure what we'd do then. Stop it somehow. We had to. The night before we were set to leave, I found myself unable to sleep. I stood at my window, looking out at the dark silhouette of the mountains against the star-filled sky. In the distance, I thought I heard a faint, inhuman cry carried on the wind. A shiver ran through me as I realized that somewhere out there, in the vast wilderness I had once called home, an ancient evil was awakening, and we were the only ones who could stop it. As dawn broke, our team gathered at the ranger station. The atmosphere was tense, each of us acutely aware of the dangers we were about to face. We checked our gear one last time, a mix of standard wilderness equipment and more esoteric items that Sarah and Dr. Vasquez had insisted we bring. We set out just as the sun was rising, the morning mist still clinging to the trees. The forest seemed different now, charged with an energy I couldn't quite explain. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves set us on edge. For the first day, our journey was uneventful. We made good time, pushing deeper into the park than most search parties would dare to go. As night fell, we made camp in a small clearing, setting up a perimeter of protective wards under Sarah's guidance. It was in the deep hours of the night that we heard it, a sound that jolted us all awake. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before, a mix of a wolf's howl and a human scream, but twisted into something utterly wrong. Jack was on his feet in an instant, rifle at the ready. Dr. Vasquez fumbled for her recording equipment, her scientific curiosity overriding her fear. "It's starting," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The veil between worlds is thinning." The next morning we broke camp early, all of us eager to be on the move. As we hiked, the forest around us seemed to change. The trees grew denser, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The underbrush became thicker, as if the forest itself was trying to impede our progress. By midday, we had reached the area where Dave and I had encountered the Wendigo years before. The clearing where we had found the cabin was empty now, showing no signs that anything had ever been there. But as we stood there, I felt a sense of wrongness that made my skin crawl. "Look," Jack said suddenly, pointing to a nearby tree. Carved into the bark was a symbol, the same one we had seen years ago in the cabin. Dr. Vasquez approached it cautiously, her hand hovering over the carving. "It's fresh," she said. "Couldn't be more than a day old." As if on cue, another inhuman cry echoed through the forest, closer this time. We all tensed, weapons at the ready. "We need to keep moving," Dave said, his voice tight with tension. "Whatever's out there, it knows we're here now." We pressed on, following a trail that seemed to appear and disappear at will. The further we went, the more the forest seemed to change around us. The colors became muted, the air grew colder, and an unnatural mist began to rise from the ground. It was late afternoon when we found the cave. Hidden behind a curtain of vines, it would have been easy to miss if Sarah hadn't sensed its presence. The entrance was dark and foreboding, ancient symbols carved into the rock around it. "This is it," Sarah said, her voice filled with a mix of fear and awe. "The source of the disturbance, the place where the veil is thinnest." We stood there for a moment, each of us wrestling with our own fears and doubts. We had come this far, but what awaited us in the darkness beyond was beyond anything we had prepared for. "We don't have to do this," I said, looking at each member of our team. "Anyone who wants to turn back, now's the time." But no one moved. We had all come too far, seen too much to turn back now. With a nod to each other, we lit our lanterns and stepped into the cave. The air inside was cold and damp, heavy with the scent of decay. Our lights cast long shadows on the walls, revealing more of the strange symbols we had seen outside. As we moved deeper into the cave, the symbols began to glow with a faint, sickly light. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning deeper into the earth. Just as I was beginning to wonder if we had made a terrible mistake, the passage widened into a vast cavern. What we saw there defied explanation. In the center of the cavern was a pool of inky black liquid, its surface rippling with an otherworldly energy. Surrounding the pool were standing stones, each carved with the same symbols we had seen throughout our journey. But it was what stood beyond the pool that truly chilled me to my core. There, emerging from the shadows, were figures, dozens of them. They were like the Wendigo we had encountered years ago, but different. Each was unique in its horror, as if they represented every dark legend, every nightmare creature from the depths of human fear. At the head of this nightmarish gathering stood a figure that could only be their leader. It was massive, easily twice the size of a man, with antlers that scraped the ceiling of the cavern. Its eyes glowed with an unholy light, fixing us with a gaze that seemed to pierce our very souls. "Welcome," it said, its voice a deep rumble that shook the very ground beneath our feet. "We have been waiting for you." In that moment, I realized the true nature of what we faced. This wasn't just about one Wendigo or even a group of them. This was something far older, far more terrible. We stood at the threshold between our world and something else, something that had been waiting countless ages to break through. What followed was a battle unlike anything I could have imagined. Each member of our team fought with everything they had: Jack's military training, Sarah's ancient knowledge, Dr. Vasquez's scientific ingenuity. All of it came into play as we fought against the horde of nightmarish creatures. I found myself facing the leader, the ancient Wendigo that seemed to embody all the hunger and darkness of the forest. As we fought, I realized that this creature was connected to the land itself, drawing power from the very roots of the mountains. The battle raged on, seeming to last both an eternity and no time at all. We were outnumbered, outmatched, but we fought on, driven by the knowledge that if we fell, there would be nothing standing between these horrors and the unsuspecting world beyond. Just when all seemed lost, when our strength was failing and the darkness seemed poised to overwhelm us, I remembered something. The words I had spoken years ago to the Wendigo we had encountered, the spark of humanity that had remained even in the depths of its monstrosity. With the last of my strength, I stood before the ancient Wendigo and spoke, my voice ringing out above the chaos of the battle. "This isn't who you are," I said, looking directly into its glowing eyes. "You were guardians once, protectors of the land. You've forgotten your true purpose." For a moment, everything seemed to freeze. The Wendigo leader tilted its head, as if hearing something long forgotten. "Remember," I continued, my voice growing stronger. "Remember the balance you once maintained. The forest doesn't need your hunger. It needs your protection." A change came over the Wendigo's face, a flicker of recognition in its ancient eyes. And in that moment I understood. These creatures hadn't always been monsters. They had been twisted, corrupted by time and forgotten purpose into the horrors we now faced. With a roar that shook the cavern, the Wendigo leader turned to its followers. It spoke in a language I couldn't understand, but the effect was immediate. The attacking creatures fell back, their forms shifting and changing. Before our astonished eyes, the Wendigos began to transform. The monstrous features melted away, replaced by forms that were still inhuman but no longer nightmarish. They became creatures of the forest, not fully animal, not fully spirit, but something in between. The leader turned back to me, its form now that of a majestic elk-like creature, wisdom and age evident in its eyes. "You have reminded us of what we once were," it said, its voice now a gentle whisper rather than an earth-shaking rumble. "For too long we lost ourselves to the hunger, forgot our true purpose. We thank you for awakening us." With those words, the creatures began to fade, becoming one with the forest around us. The oppressive atmosphere of the cavern lifted, the symbols on the walls dimming and then disappearing altogether. As the last of the creatures vanished, we stood there in stunned silence, trying to process what had just happened. We had come expecting to fight a great evil, only to find that the true battle was one of remembrance and redemption. Slowly we made our way back to the surface. As we emerged from the cave, we found that the forest had changed once again. Gone was the oppressive, twisted landscape we had traversed. In its place was the Baxter State Park we knew and loved, vibrant with life and natural beauty. In the days that followed, we struggled to come to terms with what we had experienced. The park authorities predictably dismissed our story as the ravings of a team that had gotten lost and succumbed to hallucinations. But we knew the truth. As for me, I found a new purpose. I dedicated myself to protecting the balance we had helped restore. I became a voice for conservation, working to ensure that the wilderness of Baxter State Park remained unspoiled. Dave continued his research, but with a new focus. He sought to understand the ancient guardians we had encountered, to ensure that their true nature was never forgotten again. Sarah returned to her tribe, sharing the wisdom we had gained and working to revive old traditions that honored the spirit of the land. Dr. Vasquez wrote a series of papers that, while dismissed by much of the scientific community, sparked a new interest in the study of folklore and its connection to ecology. And Jack? He found a peace he had been seeking since his experiences in Afghanistan. He became a wilderness guide, helping others connect with the healing power of nature. As for the Wendigos, we never saw them again. At least, not in their monstrous form. But sometimes, on quiet nights in the deepest parts of the forest, visitors to the park report seeing magnificent creatures moving through the trees, ancient and wise, watching over the land with vigilant eyes. The story of our encounter in Baxter State Park may never be widely believed. But for those of us who were there, who stood at the threshold between worlds and helped restore an ancient balance, the experience changed us forever. So if you find yourself in the wilds of Maine, remember this tale. Remember that the forest is alive in ways we may never fully understand. And if you listen closely on a quiet night, you might just hear the whisper of ancient guardians, keeping watch over the land they once forgot, but now protect once more. For in the end we learned that the greatest monsters are not those that lurk in the shadows, but the ones we create when we forget our connection to the natural world. And sometimes the most powerful act is not to fight, but to remember, to remind and to restore what was lost. As I sit here now, years later, looking out over the peaks of Baxter State Park, I feel a deep sense of peace. The forest has its guardians once more, and though the world may never know the full truth of what happened in those dark days, I know that the balance has been restored, and in that knowledge I find comfort. For as long as there are those who remember, who respect the old ways and the spirits of the land, the darkness will never fully return. The hunger will remain at bay, and the Wendigos will continue their ancient vigil, not as monsters, but as protectors of the wild places that still exist in our world. So ends my tale. A story of horror turned to hope, of ancient evils redeemed, and of the enduring power of memory and connection. May it serve as a reminder to all who hear it. The wilderness is vast and mysterious, filled with wonders and terrors beyond our understanding. But if we approach it with respect, with open hearts and minds, we may find that the greatest adventures, the most profound transformations await us in the depths of the forest. And who knows? Perhaps one day, if you're very lucky, you might catch a glimpse of a Wendigo in its true form, a majestic guardian of the wild, watching over the land with ancient eyes. And in that moment, you'll know that the balance, The air hung heavy and still as I stepped out of my truck and hefted my backpack over my shoulders. Another routine backcountry patrol as a ranger in the remote Alaskan wilderness. But something felt off today. an uneasiness I couldn't quite place as I locked the vehicle and set off down the narrow trail. Tall pines rose up on either side, their branches knitting together overhead to cast the forest floor in deep shadow despite the midday sun. The familiar chirps and chitters of wildlife seemed strangely muted, the usual signs of the thriving ecosystem subdued. As I hiked deeper into the trees, a tingle crept up my spine, the uncanny sensation of being watched prickling at the back of my neck. I paused, scanning the dense foliage around me for any sign of the cougar or bear that might be stalking me. But the woods were utterly still, not even a breeze to stir the leaves. With a shake of my head, I pressed onward. 5 years spent patrolling this wilderness had left me too prone to imagining threats lurking behind every tree. The winding path led me deeper into the forest's hushed heart. A few times, I caught a flicker of motion out the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, there was nothing, just the endless green of ferns and moss and ancient gnarled trunks. The back of my neck continued to prickle nonetheless. After a couple of uneventful hours picking my way over fallen logs and around boulders, I stopped in a small clearing to consult my map, the edges curling beneath my fingers. The narrow valley I was aiming for should have been visible through the trees by now. I frowned and peered at the faded contour lines crisscrossing the weathered paper. A rookie mistake, but it seemed I had taken a wrong turn at some point. With a sigh, I folded the map into a neat square and tucked it away, then unslung my pack to retrieve my sat phone and GPS unit. But as I reached for the devices, my fingers brushed something soft and yielding. Startled, I yanked my hand back as if burned. Heart pounding, I peered into the pack's shadowy depths. There, nestled amongst the coils of climbing rope and neatly folded emergency blanket, was a small rag doll, fashioned from what looked like moose hide, with bits of fur and feather tied in a miniature braid. It resembled the old tribal totems I had seen sold in the tourist gift shops, but I knew with absolute certainty it wasn't mine. Ice threaded through my veins as I gingerly lifted the doll out, half expecting it to turn its button eyes to meet mine. It remained motionless, but the sense of unease ratcheted up sharply. Someone or something had placed this in my pack, and that meant I was being followed by more than my imagination. Unnerved, I swept my gaze over the clearing, searching for any sign of my stalker, but the looming trees kept their secrets, and no telltale rustling of undergrowth or snapping of twigs betrayed a watcher in the shadows. Swallowing hard, I shoved the doll into my pocket, out of sight but not out of mind, and returned to the trail with a renewed wariness in my steps and a tightness in my chest. What trouble had I stumbled into? The next hour of hiking did nothing to lift the shroud of apprehension weighing heavily on my shoulders. I found myself jumping at every snapped twig, every distant bird call, my eyes constantly roving the shifting latticework of light and shadow that dappled the forest floor. Distracted, I nearly stumbled over a half-buried log, catching myself at the last moment with a muttered curse. Straightening, I scanned the area again, feeling increasingly hemmed in by the towering trunks and dense foliage on all sides. Then, in a shaft of sunlight breaking through the canopy's green roof, something caught my eye. A line of tracks pressed into a patch of mud just off the narrow trail. Frowning, I knelt to examine them more closely. At first glance, they resembled bear tracks. The long curved toes and heavy pad were distinctive even to my untrained eye. But as I looked closer, a shiver prickled down my spine. The prints were too elongated, too narrow to be from any bear I'd ever encountered in my years patrolling these woods. And at the heel, instead of the expected round impression, 5 gashes scored the mud like the clawed fingers of some monstrous hand. I swallowed, mouth gone suddenly dry as I stared at those unnatural prints. No animal I knew of could have left them. Rising on shaky legs, I swept my gaze over the silent forest, searching for any other sign of the creature's passage. But the tracks seemed to vanish after a few paces, and no broken branches or disturbed undergrowth hinted at which way it had gone. "Hello?" I called hesitantly, my voice disappearing into the hush without even an echo. There was no answer save the distant caw of a crow. Unsettled, I looked down at the bizarre prints again, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. Then, from somewhere off to my left, came the unmistakable crack of a branch snapping, as deliberate as a gunshot in the stillness. I spun toward the sound, my heart leaping into my throat as I scanned the shadows between the trees. But I saw nothing, no flicker of movement, no looming shape in the undergrowth. Uneasiness hardening into true fear, I took a step back, my hand tightening on the straps of my backpack. The forest suddenly felt too tight, too watchful, the very air charged with unseen menace. A hoarse shout made me nearly jump out of my skin. An old man stood on the trail a short distance away, leaning on a gnarled walking stick and regarding me from beneath a battered felt hat. His weathered face was as craggy and lined as the ponderosa pines rising around us, his eyes glittering like chips of obsidian. "Easy there," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "Didn't mean to startle you." My heart still racing. I managed a stiff nod. "You live around here?" I asked, striving to keep my tone casual. It wasn't unheard of for dedicated outdoorsmen to make their homes in these wilds. But something about this old-timer raised the hairs on my arms. A shadow passed behind his eyes. In a manner of speaking, he looked past me, to the strange tracks marring the mud, and his lips thinned. "You'd best be careful, Ranger. There's things in these woods that don't take kindly to visitors." A chill washed through me at his words. "What kind of things?" The old man shook his head slowly. "Pray you don't find out." He straightened, faded flannel shirt pulling tight over a bony shoulder. "Leave this place. Don't look back." Then, with no more than a parting nod, he turned and limped away, vanishing into the trees as suddenly as he had appeared. For a long moment I stood frozen, staring after him and trying to convince myself he'd been nothing more than a product of my overactive nerves. But I couldn't shake the chill his cryptic warning had sent through me. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I looked around one last time, searching for any hint of the strange presence that had dogged my steps all afternoon. There a flicker of motion drew my gaze to a screen of dense brush 30 yards away. A face peered back at me from the shadows, as still and watchful as a wolf. But it was no wolf, nor any creature I recognized. Bile rose in the back of my throat as I stared into that terrible visage. It was like someone had taken the features of a man and an animal and stitched them together into an abomination. A lumpy brow, pointed ears, a flash of yellowed fangs in a lipless mouth. Then it was gone, melting away into the foliage between one blink and the next, so swiftly I half convinced myself it had been a trick of the light. But I knew better. The glimpse of that twisted parody of life had shaken me to my core, stoking my growing conviction that something was deeply, hideously wrong in this forest. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to flee these shadow-haunted woods before I became the next victim of whatever nightmares lurked here. Instead, I pressed onward with leaden steps, dread coiling ever tighter in my gut. I was a ranger, sworn to protect this wilderness and the people who ventured into it. And that meant confronting this faceless stalker, no matter how badly I wanted to run. But as the trees closed in around me once more, I couldn't shake the cold certainty that I was walking into a horror I couldn't begin to fathom. Dusky fingers of twilight slowly stole the color from the forest as afternoon bled into evening. Overhead, the sky darkened to a brooding cobalt blue behind skeletal branches. Soon only a pale orange glow remained along the western horizon, the sun's dying rays clinging tenuously to a world being swiftly swallowed by shadow. A grim urgency hastened my steps as the encroaching dark sharpened every sound and scent. The rhythmic crunch of my boots against the forest loam sounded far too loud, and the salty tang of my own fear-drenched sweat filled my nostrils. Unbidden, my hand crept to the canister of bear spray at my belt, as if the potent irritant could do anything against the creature stalking me. As full night settled over the woods, strange sounds joined the chorus of crickets and frogs from the lightless depths, sounds that sent fresh ice trickling down my spine, a throaty chuffing, like a great cat prowling just out of sight. The deliberate snap of dead wood circling, herding me onward, and beneath it all, a queasy susurrus that might have been the breeze through the trees or distant half-heard voices gibbering in a language never meant for human tongues. At some point I fumbled my flashlight out of my pack, the feeble beam illuminating a narrow path between the endless rows of tree trunks, but the darkness thickened around that pitiful circle of light, gaining substance until it felt as if I was wading through ink. I had hiked these forests at night 100 times, but never had the black felt so alive, so malevolent. I could almost feel it prowling at my heels, nipping at my ankles as I stumbled through the bracken. Every instinct screamed to break into a blind run, but the certainty of what would happen if I lost the trail kept me grinding forward at a determined march. Sooner or later I would have to stop and make camp for the night. The thought of lying helpless in this haunted wood, with only the flimsy nylon of my tent between me and whatever lurked in the shadows, sent a fresh surge of dread pulsing through my veins. At long last I burst from the tree line onto the rocky bank of a small stream. Even the feeble starlight filtering through the canopy seemed blinding after so long in the Stygian forest. I collapsed to my knees at the water's edge, splashing my face with shaking hands. The icy liquid shocked a small measure of clarity back into my faltering senses. I wasn't lost, not yet. If I followed the stream northwest, I would eventually reach the ranger outpost that was my destination. All I had to do was make it through the night without losing my nerve or my life. With a concerted effort, I forced down the panic, trying to claw its way up my throat. As I knelt there, trying to gather the tattered scraps of my courage, a gleam of pale cloth caught my eye. A short distance downstream, even before my flashlight beam fell on it, I knew it was no ordinary piece of litter. The beam threw into sharp relief a torn, stained hiking boot, caught on a sandbar in the middle of the stream. My mouth went bone dry as I played the light along the opposite bank. Just visible in the patchy illumination were the splintered remains of walking poles, tatters of a coated nylon jacket, and an overturned backpack with its contents strewn across the gravel. There was an almost staged quality to the tableau, as if the items had been placed deliberately to lure me closer. And there, half buried in the silt, a human femur, picked clean of flesh and glistening wetly in the faltering beam. I recoiled so sharply I nearly toppled backward into the water, a choked cry tearing from my throat. Wildly I swung the flashlight beam in an arc, certain I would see the creature crouched on the bank, grinning at me with that rictus of jagged fangs. But the night showed me nothing save dancing shadows and the pale bone winking at me from the stream bed. Someone else had walked this path before me, I realized in a numb daze, and they had met a grisly end at the hands of my faceless stalker. The old man's warning echoed in my ears. There's things in these woods that don't take kindly to visitors. I had laughed it off as local superstition. Now I was face to face with the horrifying truth of it. I needed to keep moving, to put as much distance as possible between myself and this grim scene, but my legs seemed to have turned to lead, my feet rooted to the rocky ground. Some animal instinct warned that if I tried to run, the chase would begin in earnest. And this time, there would be no escape. With an effort that left me trembling, I forced myself to turn my back on that macabre pile of remains. Numb, I slogged away from the stream, back into the anonymous bulk of the forest. I had no destination now, save away from the creature, away from the grinning skull and splintered bones of the hiker who'd come before. But there was no away to be found in this shadow-haunted wilderness. I could only forge onward into the waiting gullet of the night, knowing in my bones that it was a beast that would swallow me whole. Setting up camp with trembling hands and a mind clouded by exhaustion and fear was an exercise in grim determination. The uncaring stars watched through a sparse latticework of pine boughs as I cleared a small area, erected my tent, and built a hasty fire from deadfall. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every sigh of wind through the canopy, ratcheted my nerves tighter. I couldn't shake the sensation of eyes boring into my back from the blackness beyond the fire's feeble light. Hunkered on a fallen log, I forced down a few bites of an energy bar, tasteless wax coating my tongue. My appetite had vanished along with the sun. The dark felt too thick, too watchful, an unseen pressure squeezing the breath from my lungs. All I wanted was to crawl into my tent and pull the flap tight against the night's menace. But I knew sleep would be a long time coming. To calm my jumping thoughts, I retrieved my satellite phone from my pack, intending to thumb through the scant collection of books loaded on its memory card. But as I dug through the main compartment, a cold knot of dread formed in the pit of my stomach. The phone was gone from its usual pocket, along with the spare batteries and solar charger. Even the emergency flares I always carried had vanished. Only the strange little fetish doll remained, its button eyes glinting in the firelight. Icy sweat prickled along my hairline as I checked the rest of the pack with increasing desperation. My topo maps, GPS unit, compass, all gone, along with half my food rations. There was no question what had happened. At some point during my harrowing flight through the darkening woods, the creature had crept close enough to filch the items, so swiftly and silently I never noticed. The teasing parody of the fetish left behind told me it was no accident. The thing was toying with me, I realized. Goose flesh rippling along my arms, stripping away anything that might help me escape or call for aid, until I was utterly at its mercy. A mouse being batted between the paws of a cat, allowed to scramble so its struggles might be all the more piquant when the final pounce came. A sudden rush of movement in the underbrush jolted me to my feet, heart hammering against my ribs. I snatched up a half-burnt branch from the fire as I peered wildly into the night. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. "Show yourself." Silence. save for the forlorn hoot of an owl somewhere in the distance. Even the crickets and frogs had fallen still. Then, drifting from the darkness like a curl of smoke, "Randall!" A strangled gasp tore from my throat. It was Jen's voice. My wife's voice, achingly familiar after so many long shifts apart. But there was something horribly wrong with it, a guttural resonance that scraped along my spine like a blade. "Randall, I'm so cold." A rustle of undergrowth, circling the edges of the wavering firelight. "Why did you leave me alone out here?" "No." I choked out, clenching the branch until my knuckles went white. It couldn't be her. Jen was safe at home, 100 miles away. This was some cruel trick, my mind rebelling against the night's horrors. But oh, it sounded so much like her. The lilting cadence, the gentle concern, beneath the grating distortion, like a record played at the wrong speed. "Please, I need you." A shadow detached from the tree line, the vague outline of a figure in the dark. "Come to me." I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the stones ringing the fire. "Stay away." My voice emerged as a strangled croak. "You're not her. You're not real." A chilling laugh emanated from the murk. No longer my wife's dulcet tones, but a rasping growl that sent spikes of ice down my spine. "Oh, I'm real enough, little mouse. And we have such games to play, you and I." Leaves rustled on all sides now, the night coming alive with spectral motion. Tall shapes slipped between the endless columns of pine trunks, lithe and predatory, and from the depths of the forest rose a susurration of whispers that might have been the wind in the branches, or a chorus of damned souls. "Randall, Randall." My name repeated over and over in a sibilant parody of Jen's honeyed lilt, layered and echoing until it filled my head, my heart, driving out all other thought. Helpless, I clapped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing to block the rising cacophony. The terror of it drove me to my knees, the firebrand tumbling from my numb fingers. "Randall, my love. Come play, come play. Never leave. Stay and play. And play." A shudder racked my frame as those insidious whispers twined through my mind. I had to get away, I realized dimly through the haze of fear. Away from the glutting shadows, the warped siren call of my wife's voice. But there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Not from the twisted things that crept and crawled and slithered between the watching trees. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the chorus cut off, plunging the night back into ringing silence. I lifted my head, hardly daring to breathe as I scanned the Stygian woods. No sign of the shadowy figures, no flicker of motion in the underbrush. Even the crushing sense of unseen regard boring into my back had lifted. For a wild, fleeting moment, I thought perhaps it was over, that the nightmare had released me from its grasp. But as I staggered upright on watery legs, I caught a glint of mocking intelligence in the firelight. There on the fallen log where I had made my meager camp, a pair of eyes stared back at me, not the button eyes of the fetish doll, but real eyes, human eyes, wide and glassy and utterly lifeless. It was the old man from the trail, his seamed face frozen in a rictus of terror, mouth yawning in a silent scream. He was propped on the log like a ventriloquist dummy, limbs splayed at unnatural angles, but that wasn't the worst of it. His skin was gone, flayed from his body in ragged strips until nothing remained but glistening red muscle and yellow gobbets of fat. A wet, meaty mass like an anatomical sketch made nightmarishly real. As I stared in mute horror, a fly crawled lazily over the ruin of his cheek and vanished into the black socket of an eye. The scream that ripped from my throat seemed to come from a great distance, muffled by the roaring of blood in my ears. I screamed and screamed until my voice gave out, until there was nothing left but a thin animal keening. And through it all, those sightless eyes stared into mine, twin pools of judgment and damnation. "This is your fate," they seemed to say. "This is what waits for you, in the belly of the night." The thought jolted through me like a lightning strike, galvanizing my locked limbs into sudden panicked motion. Heedless of direction, I plunged into the woods, leaving my pack, my tent, the gruesome remains of the old man behind. The night swallowed me at once, trees flashing past on either side, undergrowth snatching at my ankles. Headlong I crashed through the brush, hurtled over fallen logs, fled blindly into the labyrinth of the forest. But even as I ran, the cold certainty settled in my gut that there would be no escape. The fetid breath of my pursuer billowed at the nape of my neck, its delighted laughter nipping at my heels. I had gazed upon the face of true darkness, and it would never let me go. Brambles tore at my face and arms as I plunged through a screen of brush, staggering into a small clearing. My legs felt like jelly, my pulse a wild tattoo in my throat. I couldn't keep running, couldn't draw a full breath past the iron band constricting my chest. In a haze of exhaustion and fear, I slumped against a gnarled trunk and cast a bleary eye over the pre-dawn gloom. Endless ranks of pines encircled me, the ground between choked with dense undergrowth, blackberries, elderberries, salal. The light was stronger here, away from the forest's inky depths, but it only sharpened the savage lines of the wilderness hemming me in. No sign of my camp, or even the stream. My mad sprint had been too wild, too chaotic for me to retrace my steps. And I was being hunted. There could be no doubt of it now. Every hair on my arm stood erect, an electric crackle racing down my spine as I listened for sounds of pursuit, stealthy footfalls in the ferns, a branch swaying against the breeze, that rasping, gloating voice reaching out to ensnare me, but only eerie silence pressed against my eardrums, like I'd been swaddled in cotton batting. The air felt thick enough to cut with a knife, heavy with the musk of rotting vegetation and something fouler, a rank animal reek that turned my stomach and clogged my nostrils. I knew that scent, had smelled it on the wind moments before the creature appeared. It was here, watching. My hand crept to my belt, seeking the reassuring steel of my knife, but my fingers closed on empty air. The sheath was gone, along with the rest of my gear. I had nothing, I realized, my breath hitching in my throat. No food, no water, not even the clothes on my back were suited for a trek through the backcountry. And something told me this chase would not end until only one of us was left standing. Gritting my teeth against the fear churning in my gut, I pushed off from the tree, aiming for the far side of the clearing. I had to keep moving, had to find a way back to my truck before exhaustion or my pursuer caught up with me. But I'd barely taken a step when something caught my eye, snagging my gaze like a fishhook. There, on the furrowed bark, 4 ragged slashes, oozing sap like blood, and lower, caught on a protruding knot, a few strands of wiry fur, and a shred of mottled green fabric. Bile scorched the back of my throat. It was here, marking its territory, leaving just enough sign to taunt me with its presence while staying maddeningly out of sight. I whirled to scan the tree line, my heart jackhammering against my ribs, but the shadows rippled like water, offering no hint of the nightmare lurking in their depths. Then a howl shattered the stillness, so close it felt like icy claws dragged down my spine. An unearthly wail, not quite wolf, not quite human, the undulating notes crawling under my skin until I wanted to scream. As if in response, a chorus of yips and barks rose all around me, filling the woods until it was impossible to tell from which direction the threat came. I was surrounded, the noose drawing tight around my neck, breath sobbing in my lungs. I dropped into a sprinter's crouch, swiveling to face the thickest tangle of undergrowth. My only chance was to break through, to outrun them for just a little longer. 1 breath, 2, and then I was off, crashing into the brush with all the grace of a wounded elk. Thorns raked my cheeks, sword ferns lashed my knees, but I barely felt them, all my being focused on the primal need to flee. I didn't make it 10 yards. A huge black shape lunged from the tree line to my right, a blur of fur and teeth and glowing eyes. I tried to dodge, but the creature moved too fast, an oily shadow flowing around me in a dizzying spiral. Dimly I registered a massive body perched on legs too long and sinuous to be wolf or bear, a flattened skull like a viper's, a lolling tongue dripping ochre foam between dagger fangs. Then a blow like a battering ram took me in the chest, hurling me to the ground so hard the air whooshed from my lungs. Spots swam before my eyes as I struggled to rise, but an enormous paw pinned me effortlessly. Hot carrion-scented breath plumed over my face as the beast lowered its muzzle, baring teeth as long as my hand. Terror blanked my mind of everything but a single crystalline thought. So this is how I die. But instead of the killing strike, I felt that sticky tongue slither up my cheek, tracing the blood welling from the thorn scratches. A shiver racked the creature's frame, a deep coughing growl rattling its chest. Almost like laughter. It was savoring my fear, rolling the taste of it over its tongue like a fine wine. Delicious, it rumbled, the words marbled with savage amusement. I will enjoy breaking you, little mouse. A choked whimper crawled up my throat. In a haze of animal panic, I writhed beneath its bulk, but my struggles only made it tighten its grip, claws piercing my shirt to dimple the skin beneath. "None of that now," it chided, cold mirth dancing in its ember eyes. "The game is far from over. You still have much to suffer before I feast." Its jaws gaped as if to sample my flesh. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the white-hot lance of pain. But in the next instant, the crushing weight vanished from my chest. My eyes flew open, flicking wildly around the clearing. It was empty. No hulking beasts. No burning eyes in the shadows. Only the motionless sentinels of the trees, and the ghostly skeins of mist twining between them. For a moment I lay stunned, gulping air, wondering if the whole thing had been some sort of fever dream. Then my shredded shirt snagged on a bramble as I pushed upright, and the biting sting of punctured flesh told me it had been all too real. Slowly fighting the rubbery weakness in my legs, I climbed to my feet, scanning the forest's menacing silhouettes. Nothing moved in the gloom. No lurking presence raised the hairs on my nape. But I knew it was out there, watching, waiting for me to drop my guard. "The game is far from over," it had said. The words rang in my skull as I staggered in the direction I prayed the truck was parked. Because to this creature, that's all I was. A game piece to be toyed with and tormented, my agonized thrashing the sweetest of nectars. And it would never let me leave the board. Branches clawed at my face and arms as I stumbled through the underbrush, thorns leaving burning kisses on my skin. Sweat and blood mingled beneath my ragged shirt, plastering the fabric to my chest. My breath came in shallow, panicked gasps, and black spots crowded the edges of my vision. I felt like a rabbit in a snare, each desperate jump only drawing the wire tighter. But beneath the gibbering terror, a dull rage pulsed. How dare this creature hunt me through the forest that was my sworn duty to protect? How dare it violate the sanctity of the wilderness, twisting the beauty and grandeur of the land into a theater of horrors? I was a ranger, a guardian of these ancient trees. I would not lay down my life as a sheep to slaughter. As if in answer to my fury, the trees began to thin, the grasping nets of blackberries giving way to a carpet of soft duff. I hardly dared hope, but as I rounded a massive, broken-topped cedar, there it was, a small cabin hunched beneath the towering evergreens, its rough-hewn logs weathered to silver. A sagging porch, an overhanging shake roof, a crooked stovepipe jutting from one moss-softened corner. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. My feet propelled me toward it before I could think better. A sanctuary. Supplies. Maybe even another human being. The possibilities tumbled through my exhausted brain. But as I crossed the weed-choked yard, a frisson of unease cut through the haze of desperation. No warm light spilling from the windows. No curl of smoke from the stovepipe. The place had an abandoned feel, a stillness that went beyond emptiness. A quick glance over my shoulder told me the night was still dogging my heels. The dark boughs shivering with unseen malice. Jaw clenched, I mounted the porch, noting the spots where the floorboards had rotted away. Up close, the little structure looked even more decrepit. Shutters hanging askew, roof thick with leaf litter, door gray and warped beneath a dusting of cobwebs. Clearly no one had lived here for a long time. But if I could just get inside, bar the door, catch my breath. I tried the knob and nearly sobbed with relief when it turned beneath my hand, the door swinging open with a rusty creak. Stale air that hadn't stirred in decades washed over me as I stumbled across the threshold, but I gulped it like the freshest mountain breeze. With shaking fingers, I groped for a latch, a bolt, anything to put a barrier between myself and the hulking shadows gathering at the tree line. Nothing. Of course there was nothing. This far from civilization, what was there to keep out but the wildlife? I nearly laughed at the bitter irony, settling for jamming a splintered chair beneath the knob. It wouldn't hold for a second if the creature decided to come crashing through, but it made me feel a little less exposed. That task done, I turned to survey my temporary sanctuary, a small front room, thick with the fug of mildew and rotting wood. A few pieces of rough-hewn furniture, their original colors lost beneath a furry coating of mold. An ancient pot-bellied stove squatting in one corner, its mica windows cracked and sooty, and everywhere, the detritus of long abandonment. A moth-eaten wool blanket, a rusted coffee pot, a plate still crusted with the remains of a meal. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, the objects began to take on a sinister cast. An old leather harness hanging on a hook studded with dull iron rings. A coil of frayed rope, its fibers stained a telltale brown. And there, half hidden beneath a grimy cabinet, a scattering of small white objects, too regular to be pebbles or fallen plaster. With a sense of deepening dread, I knelt and plucked one from the dust, rolling it between my fingers. It was a tooth, a human molar, its root snapped off close to the gum line, as if it had been ripped from a screaming jaw. Cold sweat pricked my hairline as I raised my head, really seeing the room for the first time. Those dark stains splashed up the walls weren't just mildew. The gouges in the floorboards weren't from the claws of an animal, and the heavy cloying stench that permeated everything soaked into the very logs. It was the feeder of rot and ruin, old blood and wasted meat. My gorge rose as the truth crashed over me like a wave of icy seawater. This wasn't a mere abandoned shell. This was a charnel house, a monstrous den where the creature brought its prey. How many hapless wanderers had met their end within these walls, pleading for a mercy that would never come? From the thick crust of filth coating every surface, from the pitted gouges in the floor that could only have been left by fingernails, dozens, maybe more. And now I had blundered straight into its lair, like a lamb delivered to the butcher's block. The urge to bolt seized me, to fling myself back out into the night and take my chances with the forest. But even as I staggered to my feet, a guttural chuckle sounded from the shadows, a laugh I had heard before, mocking me from the depths of the woods. Welcome home, little mouse. My breath locked in my throat as a shape detached from the darkest corner, unfolding into the familiar nightmare of two long limbs and twitching, hairless flesh. In the guttering light from the cracked window, I saw its face fully for the first time. Not wholly wolf, not quite human, but some obscene melding of the two. Jagged fangs jutted from a lipless maw, and eyes that glowed like live coals fixed me with a look of cruel intelligence. I must say you've led me on quite the merry chase. It prowled closer, its voice a rumbling purr that set my teeth on edge. None of the others lasted nearly so long. You'll be a rare treat to savor. The dull rage that had carried me this far flared again, bright as a magnesium flare. I snatched up the ancient coffee pot and brandished it before me, as if the rusted tin could hold the beast at bay. Why? I snarled, my voice cracking. Why are you doing this? A rasping chuckle. Why does the wolf hunt the deer? The eagle dive upon the hare? It slunk closer still, its sulphurous reek choking the air from my lungs. It is my nature, little mouse, as it will be your nature to scream and thrash and fight until the last bit of sweet marrow is cracked from your bones. I knew then that there would be no reasoning with the creature, no appeal to mercy or human feeling. It was a being of pure predatory instinct, as soulless as the void between stars, and it would never stop, never rest, until it had glutted itself on my terror and my flesh. Still clutching my makeshift weapon, I backed toward the far wall, my mind spinning furiously. There had to be something, some advantage I could press, some way to turn its twisted games back on it. But even as I groped for a plan, my heels struck something soft and yielding, a pile of fabric, heaped against the baseboard like old rags. No, not rags, a tangle of rotting clothing, jutting with pale knobs of bone, the tattered remains of the creature's previous victims. My stomach lurched violently, and I tasted bile at the back of my throat. But as I stared down at that pathetic mound, my eyes snagged on a glint of metal, almost buried beneath a moth-eaten flannel. A knife. A huntsman's blade. Its steel blackened with old blood. It must have belonged to one of the poor fools who had tried to fight, to cling to life until their last breath was ripped from their lungs. Almost without thought, I stooped and closed my fingers around the hilt, the ridged bone biting into my palm. The creature gave a hacking laugh, its stench rolling over me in a noisome wave. Still some fight left in you, I see. Good, good. It's no fun if you break too quickly. But I barely heard it over the sudden roaring in my ears, the red haze that descended over my vision. I was done being toyed with, done scurrying and squeaking on command. If I was going to die, it would be on my feet, with a blade in my hand and defiance on my tongue. I hefted the knife, feeling the solid weight of it, the keenness of the edge, and for the first time since I had set foot in this benighted forest, I felt the stirrings of something other than fear. I felt rage, hot and bright as the heart of a forge. Come on then, I spat, baring my teeth in a feral grin. Let's finish this. The beast's eyes flared, and its lips skinned back from its fangs in a delighted snarl. As you wish, little mouse. And it lunged. Faster than thought, faster than instinct, the creature flowed across the rotting floorboards, a blur of shadow and teeth and billowing stench. I had half expected it to toy with me, to draw out my torment as it had in the clearing, but there was no playfulness in its charge now. only the single-minded intent of an apex predator moving in for the kill. I slashed wildly with the knife, more a spasm of desperation than any true attempt to connect. But even that clumsy swing forced the beast to whip its head aside, its snarl of frustration giving me a precious half-second to dart along the wall. The rough log scraped my shoulder as I scuttled sideways, trying to put the hulking stove between myself and my attacker. The knife felt like a toothpick in my sweat-slick grip, a child's weapon against the horror that paced me from the shadows. For a heartbeat, I thought I might actually make it to the front door. Might actually win free to lose myself in the labyrinth of the forest. Then a huge black shape leaped over the stove as easily as a mote of dust, hitting the wall beside my head with an impact that rattled the teeth in my skull. I cried out and stumbled back, my legs tangling in the strap of a rotting knapsack. I went down hard, breath whooshing from my lungs as my back slammed into the floorboards. The knife jarred from my grip and skittered into the shadows, vanishing as utterly as a pebble down a well. Above me, the creature loomed like a thunderhead, its eyes two pits of smoldering hellfire in the gloom. "Enough games," it growled, its voice like millstones grinding against each other. "Your fear has whetted my appetite long enough. Now it's time to feast." I scrabbled backwards on my elbows, kicking out as a taloned hand swiped at my legs. My heel connected with something hard and unyielding, and the creature roared, more in rage than pain. I kicked again, aiming for those furnace eyes, that lamprey mouth bristling with teeth, but it was like striking a side of beef. The beast absorbed the blows without flinching, its bulk pinning me to the floor like a bug on a corkboard. "My, but you are a feisty one," it purred, its gaze roving over me with obscene hunger. "I will enjoy cracking your bones and suckling the marrow as you scream." The oily rasp of its voice shredded the last of my composure. The fear that I had pushed down, held at bay with anger and adrenaline, came howling back like a black tide. I thrashed and writhed, fingernails scrabbling at the weathered planks, but it was like fighting a landslide. The creature pressed closer, its breath a fetid blast, until I could feel the heat radiating from its grotesque bulk. "Yes," it hissed, a purplish tongue darting out to lap at the blood and sweat streaking my face. "Scream for me, little mouse. Let me taste your sweet terror." And I did scream then, a high, ululating wail that tore at my larynx and pulsed behind my eyes. But it was not the scream of a victim, the helpless bleating of a yearling calf in the jaws of a grizzly. It was a cry of rage and defiance, the roar of a creature pushed beyond all endurance. I would not give this monster what it wanted. I would not let it break me. My hand, groping blindly at my side, closed on something cold and unyielding. A cracked clay jug wedged against the wall where it had sat for decades. With a wordless yell, I swung it up and around, putting every fiber of my being into the blow. It struck the side of the creature's skull with a sickening thunk, and I felt something give beneath the impact, like a pumpkin caving under a sledgehammer. The beast reeled back with a high yowl, black ichor sluicing down its furred cheek. The pressure on my chest vanished, and I gulped air, thrusting myself up on my elbows. I had heard it. Fang and claw and preternatural strength, but the monster could be hurt. Snarling, it pawed at its wound, hooked talons scraping furrows in the matted skin. But when its eyes found mine again, I saw no pain in their smoldering depths, only a rage to match my own, an unfathomable hatred that seared my mind like a brand. "You dare," it grated, the words bubbling through a mouthful of blood and broken teeth. "You insignificant prey animal. You would raise hand to me?" I pushed myself to my feet, wincing as abused muscles screamed in protest. My whole body felt like one giant bruise, but I locked my knees and lifted my chin, meeting the beast's infernal gaze without flinching. "I dare," I said, and my voice rang from the pitted rafters like a war horn. "I am a daughter of the forest, a guardian sworn. You are the interloper here, the unclean thing, and I will not let you defile these woods a moment longer." It threw back its head and loosed a howl, a sound of such fury and madness that the very logs seemed to tremble. Then, in a movement too swift to follow, it lunged. Lunged not for me, but for the rope still dangling from the wall. One moment it was coiled on its rusty hook, a relic of some long-ago trapper's snare. The next it was whipping through the air, a blur of hemp and mold and glinting fibers. It lashed across my face like a cat o' nine tails, and I cried out more in shock than pain. I raised my hands to shield my head, and then the rope was wrapping around my wrists, around my arms, pinning them to my sides as it squeezed like a constrictor. I gasped and strained against the crushing coils, but it was like fighting iron bands. My feet skidded on the blood-slick floor as the beast dragged me closer, reeling me in like a gasping fish. Defiant to the last, it rasped, its ruined face splitting in a ghastly parody of a smile. But in the end, you are still only meat and fear and screaming nerves. And now, little mouse, you are mine. It seized a fistful of my hair and wrenched my head back, baring my throat. I felt the keen of its claws against my jugular, the searing heat of its breath as it lowered its jaws to the frantic pulse hammering beneath my skin. I squeezed my eyes shut, not wanting the creature's leering smirk to be the last thing I saw. An image of Jen swam up behind my lids. Her gentle smile, the honey-warm smell of her hair, the way she crinkled her nose when she laughed. "I'm sorry, my love," I thought, as hot tears slipped down my cheeks. "I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. I'm sorry I couldn't come home to you." The creature growled, a basso rumble like thunder over the mountains. Its fangs scraped my skin, and I braced myself for the piercing, for the rush of blood and the merciful fall into darkness. But the pain never came. Instead, the pressure at my neck suddenly vanished, and a howl like all the souls in hell split the air above me. My eyes flew open to see the beast reeling back, its muzzle a ruin of blood and torn flesh, and there, jutting from the wreckage of its cheek, the hilt of my forgotten knife, buried to the crossguard in the monster's flesh. It had been there all along, I realized, hidden in the shadows where I had dropped it, waiting for the moment when the creature's grip loosened, when some wild swing of my bound arms chanced to connect. And now the keen steel bit deep, worrying at nerves and sinew and the putrid black blood that was the beast's life. The creature pawed at the blade with a keening wail, but its talons only drove the metal deeper. Gobbets of stinking meat splattered the floor as it shook its head wildly, spraying ichor in a glistening arc. But still the knife held fast, worrying, cutting, killing. In that moment, as I watched the monster that had stalked me, tormented me, sought to make me a toy for its depraved hungers, writhe and mewl in helpless agony, I felt a vicious, terrible thrill, the kind of atavistic glee that vibrates in the human hindbrain, the ancient exaltation of prey become predator. It was the beast's turn to cower now, its turn to know the sick horror of a tightening noose. My lips skinned back from my teeth in a wolfish grin. "Not so mighty now, are you?" I hissed, my voice rough with battle fury. "Not so eager to toy with your food." I twisted in my bonds, wriggling one blood-slick arm free of the rope's stranglehold. Reaching down, I fumbled at my belt until my fingers closed on the cool metal of my ranger's badge, heavy and solid in my grip. I ripped it free with a jerk, feeling the pin tear through the fabric of my shirt. Then, before the creature could recover, before it could do more than fix me with a look of incredulous, agonized hatred, I struck. I brought the badge down like a hammer, like an avenging angel's sword. The metal points pierced the beast's bulbous eye with a wet squelch, and it threw back its head with an ear-splitting shriek. I wrenched the impromptu weapon free in a welter of blood and humors, and then I was swinging again, slamming the badge into that thrashing muzzle, that lolling tongue, those gnashing teeth. Again and again I rained down blows, the dull thud of metal on meat and bone filling the cabin, drowning out the creature's yelps and my own panting breaths. Black spots crowded my vision, and my arm ached with a deep searing throb, but I didn't falter, didn't allow myself the luxury of exhaustion. This wretched thing had thought to make me a victim. Now I would teach it the fury of the victimized. At last, after a small eternity, I felt the badge connect with something harder than flesh. The grisly crack of shattering bone reverberated up my arm, and the creature convulsed, a full-body spasm like a beached fish. Then, with a last rattling moan, it crumpled to the blood-slicked floor and lay still. For a long, numb moment, I could only stare at the twisted shape that had been my tormentor. Its chest rose and fell in shallow, uneven gasps, and its remaining eye darted beneath a half-closed lid, but it did not stir, did not so much as twitch in my direction. The monster, the nightmare, the invincible beast of shadow and hunger, beaten at last, broken beneath my hands like the lowliest cur. A laugh bubbled up my throat, tasting of copper and madness. I let it spill from my lips, not caring that it bordered on a sob, not caring that my face was wet with tears and the creature's thick, stinking blood. I had won. Against all odds, against any sane reckoning, I had beaten the thing that had sought to break me. Never again, I vowed, as I stood swaying over the ruin I had made. Never again would I be prey. Never again would I cower or cringe before my fears. From this night forward, I was done being hunted. I was the hunter now. In the gray, guttering light of dawn, the forest looked almost peaceful. Mist curled between the trees, softening their edges, turning the gnarled trunks into half-seen phantoms. A few early birds trilled tentatively from the canopy, as if testing whether the long night had truly passed. And high above, visible through a gap in the bone-white branches, a single star still glimmered, fading slowly into the brightening sky. It might have been beautiful, had I been in any frame of mind to appreciate it. But as I stumbled from the cabin on legs that barely obeyed me, all I could feel was a numb, gnawing dread. The adrenaline that had sustained me through the long hours of darkness had deserted me, and in its wake came a sick, shocky emptiness, as if some vital part of me had been scooped out. I had won. I had beaten the monster, left it broken and bleeding on the rotten floorboards. But at what cost? The ranger who had entered these woods, who had sworn to safeguard the forest and its creatures, she was gone, shattered like the beast's skull beneath the pitiless metal of my badge. In her place was a creature I barely recognized, a husk animated only by the memory of fear and the bitter dregs of rage. I had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had stared back, and now I would never be clean of its touch. Numbly, moving as if in a dream, I set off into the lightning woods. I had no direction, no goal save to put one foot in front of the other, to keep moving until I found what? Civilization? Rescue? Redemption? They all seemed like far distant mirages, shimmering mockingly beyond reach. Time slipped by in a haze, and the sun climbed slowly toward its zenith. The mist burned away, and the forest came alive with the chatter of squirrels and the foraging of deer. Normally the sight would have brought me a measure of peace, but now all I could see were potential threats lurking behind every trunk and tussock. The hunter's instinct, once awakened, would not easily be put back to sleep. It was in that state, jumping at shadows and twitching at every snapped twig, that I stumbled into a small clearing and found myself face to face with a search party. For a moment we could only gape at each other. The three burly men in their orange vests, and the wild-eyed, blood-spattered wraith that I had become. Then one of them took a tentative step forward, his weathered face creasing with concern. "Ranger Chantal," he asked, his voice low and soothing, as if gentling a spooked horse. "Are you all right, ma'am?" A bark of laughter, brittle and unhinged, tore from my throat. All right? I would never be all right again, but I couldn't say that, couldn't give voice to the howling void that had opened inside me, so I simply nodded, letting my matted hair fall across my face. "I'm fine," I rasped, the words like broken glass in my mouth. "Just got a little lost." The men exchanged glances, and I saw the doubt flicker across their faces. But to their credit, they didn't press me, just nodded solemnly and gently took my arms, guiding me back the way they had come with murmured assurances that everything would be okay, that I was safe now. But even as I let them lead me through the dappled sunlight, even as the promise of hot food and clean clothes and human contact beckoned, I knew it for the comforting lie it was. I would never be safe, not truly. The forest would never again be a place of wonder and refuge for me, because I knew now what lurked in its shadowed heart. I had seen the face of true evil, had grappled with it and torn it apart with my bare hands, and in doing so I had left a piece of myself in that blood-soaked cabin, a piece I would never get back. The monster was dead, but as I emerged from the tree line and caught sight of the rescue vehicles, the flashing lights and shouted orders and crush of humanity that seemed suddenly terribly alien, I wondered if perhaps it had taken me with it, if some essential part of me had been devoured, leaving only a brittle shell behind. I had won my life. But my soul, my sanity, my very sense of self, those were still in the belly of the beast, being slowly digested in an acid of primal terror and base brutality. And no matter how far I ran, no matter how many years and miles I put between myself and these haunted woods, I knew I would never truly escape. The creature had left its mark on me, indelible as a brand. I was a thing of blood and shadow now, my humanity sloughed away like a snake's outgrown skin. The hunt was over. But the hunger would never end. As I stepped into the arms of my rescuers, letting their concern and relief wash over me like a tide, I allowed myself a secret savage smile. The beast was not the only predator in these woods, not anymore. And someday, inevitably, I would return to my hunting grounds. After all, I had promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep. The year was 1999 in St. Paul, Minnesota, and the autumn air carried the scent of dying leaves and impending winter. I was 14 years old, caught in that awkward space between childhood innocence and teenage rebellion. My best friend since elementary school was Spencer Valdez, a Hispanic kid who lived 3 houses down from mine on Maple Street. Spencer had this mischievous glint in his dark eyes that always seemed to spell trouble, and more often than not I found myself dragged along for his wild schemes. That particular Tuesday morning in October, Spencer showed up at my bedroom window at 6:47 a.m., tapping the glass with his knuckles in our secret pattern. 3 quick taps, pause, 2 more. I groaned and rolled over, my body protesting the early hour. Outside, the sky was still dark, painted in deep purples and grays that made everything look ominous and unwelcoming. "Come on, man," Spencer whispered through the glass when I finally opened it. His breath formed small clouds in the frigid air. "Today's the day. No school, no rules, just freedom." I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, feeling the cold morning air bite at my face. "Spencer, if we get caught, my parents will ground me until I'm 30. You know how they are about school." But Spencer had that look, the one that said he'd already made up his mind, and nothing I said would change it. His grin was infectious, even at this ungodly hour. "Trust me, nobody's going to find out. We'll be back before anyone knows we're gone." The plan was simple, or so Spencer made it seem. We'd both fake being sick, wait for our parents to leave for work, then meet up and have our own adventure. I'd done it once before with Spencer when we were 12, and we'd spent the day building a fort in the abandoned lot behind the grocery store. That time had been harmless fun, but something about this morning felt different. There was an electricity in the air, a tension that made my stomach churn with both excitement and dread. After Spencer left, I went through the motions of preparing for my deception. I splashed cold water on my face to make myself look pale, practiced my sick voice in the mirror, and even messed up my hair to look more convincing. When my mother came to wake me at 7:30, I was ready with my performance. "Mom," I croaked, letting my voice sound hoarse and weak. "I don't feel good. My stomach hurts, and I think I might throw up." She placed her hand on my forehead, her cool palm feeling good against my artificially flushed skin. I had run it under hot water in the bathroom sink just moments before she arrived. "You do feel warm, honey. Maybe you should stay home today." The guilt twisted in my gut like a knife. But Spencer's excitement was contagious, and the promise of adventure outweighed my conscience. After my parents left for work, Dad to his construction job downtown and Mom to her office at the insurance company, I waited exactly 15 minutes before getting dressed and heading out. Spencer was already waiting by the old oak tree that stood between our houses, its massive trunk scarred by years of neighborhood kids carving their initials into the bark. He was practically bouncing with energy, his backpack bulging with supplies I couldn't begin to guess at. "Ready for the best day of our lives?" he asked, slinging an arm around my shoulder. I nodded, though a small voice in the back of my mind whispered warnings I chose to ignore. We grabbed our bikes from my garage, mine a red Huffy that had seen better days. Spencer's a sleek black mountain bike that he'd gotten for his birthday. The morning air was crisp and clean, carrying the earthy smell of autumn decay and the distant aroma of someone's breakfast cooking. As we pedaled through the quiet neighborhood streets, past houses where other kids were probably sitting in their first period classes, I felt a thrill of rebellion course through my veins. We were free, unshackled from the mundane routine of school and homework and adult expectations. The world stretched out before us, full of possibilities and adventures waiting to be discovered. But if I had known what that day would bring, what we would encounter in the depths of Hollows Creek, I would have turned my bike around right then and there. I would have gone home, confessed everything to my parents, and accepted whatever punishment they deemed fit. Because some adventures come with a price that haunts you for the rest of your life, and some secrets are meant to stay buried in the darkness where they belong. Our first stop was Justin Patterson's house, a sprawling 2-story colonial that sat on the corner of Elm and 3rd Street like a monument to suburban prosperity. Justin's father was a lawyer, his mother a real estate agent, and their wealth was evident in everything from their perfectly manicured lawn to the shiny new cars in their circular driveway. Despite their different economic backgrounds, Justin had been part of our group since middle school began, drawn to Spencer's charismatic troublemaking and my more cautious but loyal friendship. We found Justin in his backyard, supposedly too sick to attend school but healthy enough to be shooting baskets on the regulation-sized court his parents had installed the previous summer. His sandy brown hair was tousled, and he wore an expensive-looking hoodie that probably cost more than my entire wardrobe. "Took you guys long enough," Justin called out, dribbling the basketball between his legs with practiced ease. "I've been waiting here since 8, bored out of my mind." Spencer hopped off his bike, letting it fall carelessly onto Justin's pristine lawn. "Well, your wait is over, rich boy. Today's going to be legendary." Justin raised an eyebrow, a habit he'd picked up from watching too many movies. "Define legendary, because if it involves getting arrested or hospitalized, I'm out." "Nothing like that," Spencer assured him, though the mischievous glint in his eyes suggested otherwise. "We're going exploring. Remember that place we found last summer, near the old railroad tracks?" I saw Justin's expression change, a flicker of something, excitement mixed with apprehension, crossing his features. He bounced the basketball once more, then let it roll away across the court. "You mean Hollows Creek? I thought we agreed that place was off limits after what happened last time." What happened last time referred to an incident the previous summer, when we discovered a homeless man living in a makeshift shelter near the creek. He'd been harmless enough, just an old veteran down on his luck, but he'd scared the hell out of us when he'd appeared suddenly from behind a cluster of trees. We'd run like our lives depended on it, leaving behind a cooler full of snacks and drinks in our haste to escape. "That old guy is probably long gone by now," Spencer said dismissively. "Besides, we're older now. We can handle whatever we find out there." Famous last words, I thought, but didn't voice my concerns. There was something about Spencer's confidence that was both reassuring and unsettling. He had a way of making the most dangerous ideas seem perfectly reasonable, a talent that had gotten us into trouble more times than I cared to count. Justin grabbed his bike from the garage, a top-of-the-line Trek that made my Huffy look like a children's toy.
"Fine, but I'm bringing my phone,"
he said, patting his pocket, "and if things get weird, we're out of there." Our trio made an odd sight as we pedaled through the neighborhood. Spencer with his dark complexion and hand-me-down clothes, Justin with his obvious wealth and perfect everything, and me somewhere in between, the mediator who kept our group from falling apart. The morning sun had finally broken through the cloud cover, casting long shadows across the pavement and warming our faces as we rode. But our group wouldn't be complete without our newest member, someone who would change the entire dynamic of our adventure in ways we couldn't possibly foresee. Emma Rodriguez was a girl from our English class, quiet and thoughtful with long dark hair and intelligent brown eyes that seemed to see more than she let on. She'd been spending time with Justin lately, and when he suggested including her in our plans, Spencer and I had agreed without much thought. We found Emma sitting on her front porch, a book open in her lap and a cup of what looked like hot chocolate steaming beside her on a small table. Her house was modest, but well-maintained, with flower boxes under the windows and a small garden that her grandmother tended with religious devotion. "Shouldn't you be in school?" Emma asked as we approached, marking her place in the book with a finger. There was a teasing quality to her voice, but also genuine curiosity. "Shouldn't you?" Justin countered, flashing her his most charming smile. Emma closed the book. I caught a glimpse of the title, something about astronomy, and stood up, brushing imaginary dust from her jeans. "Touché. I may have exaggerated the severity of my headache to my grandmother." "Perfect," Spencer said, already considering her part of the group. "We're going on an adventure, and we need someone with brains to keep us from doing anything too stupid." Emma looked at each of us in turn, her gaze lingering on me. I felt my cheeks warm under her scrutiny, though I couldn't say why. There was something about her presence that made our little rebellion feel more real, more significant somehow. "What kind of adventure?" she asked, and I heard the same note of cautious excitement in her voice that I was feeling. "The kind that makes for great stories," Spencer replied cryptically. "The kind you'll be telling your grandkids about someday." Emma glanced back at her house where her grandmother was probably settling in for her morning soap operas, then back at us. The decision seemed to war across her features, responsibility versus adventure, safety versus the unknown. "Okay," she said finally, "but I'm bringing my camera. If we're going to create memories, we might as well document them." As Emma went inside to get her camera and make her excuses to her grandmother, I felt a strange mixture of anticipation and foreboding settle in my chest. Our group was complete now, the four of us united in our small act of rebellion against the adult world that sought to control our every move. But looking back now, knowing what I know about that day and the horror that awaited us at Hollows Creek, I sometimes wonder if Emma's decision to join us was purely her own, or if something else, something dark and hungry, was already pulling the strings, drawing us all together for purposes we couldn't begin to understand. The pieces were in place. The players were assembled. And somewhere in the distance, Hollows Creek waited for us in patient silence, keeping its secrets buried beneath the murky water and tangled undergrowth, biding its time until we would arrive to disturb its ancient slumber. The ride to Murphy's junkyard took us through the older section of town, where the houses grew smaller and the paint peeled from siding like diseased skin. The streets here were narrower, lined with mature trees whose branches formed a canopy overhead that blocked out much of the morning sun. Even in daylight, this part of town felt somehow darker, more oppressive, as if the weight of decades of struggle and hardship had settled into the very foundations of the buildings. Old Man Murphy's junkyard occupied nearly a full city block, surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with razor wire that gleamed menacingly in what little sunlight filtered through the trees. The main gate stood partially open, creaking softly in the autumn breeze with a sound like distant moaning. Murphy himself was nowhere to be seen, though his ancient pickup truck sat in its usual spot near the small office shack that served as the nerve center of his operation. "He knows us," Spencer said confidently as we approached the gate. "Murphy's cool. He lets us look around as long as we don't break anything." Murphy had indeed known us for years, ever since we'd first wandered into his domain as curious 8-year-olds. He was a gruff old Irishman with hands like leather and a voice roughened by decades of cigarettes and cheap whiskey. Despite his intimidating appearance, he'd always been kind to us kids, understanding that we saw magic in what others considered junk. The junkyard was a maze of towering piles, rusted car parts, old appliances, discarded furniture, and mysterious machinery that looked like it belonged in a science fiction movie. Everything was covered in a fine layer of dust and decay, giving the place an otherworldly quality that both fascinated and unnerved me. The air hung heavy with the smell of motor oil, rust, and something else I could never quite identify. Something organic and unpleasant that seemed to emanate from the deeper recesses of the yard. "Murphy," Spencer called out as we entered, his voice echoing off the mountains of metal. "It's us, Spencer, and the gang." A grunt came from somewhere near the back of the office, followed by the scraping sound of a chair being pushed back. Murphy emerged a moment later, wiping his hands on an oil-stained rag. He was shorter than I remembered, his hair whiter, his face more deeply lined, but his eyes were still sharp, still held that mixture of amusement and suspicion that we'd come to know well. "Well, well," he said, his Irish accent still thick despite decades in Minnesota. "If it isn't the Four Musketeers, shouldn't you be learning your multiplication tables, or whatever it is they teach you kids these days?" "Teacher Development Day," Justin lied smoothly, flashing his most innocent smile. "No school today." Murphy's eyes narrowed slightly, and I was sure he could see right through our deception. But after a moment, he simply shrugged. "None of my business, I suppose. Just keep your hands off anything sharp, and don't go near the crusher. She's been acting up lately." The crusher was a massive machine that Murphy used to flatten cars into neat metal pancakes. It sat in the far corner of the yard like a sleeping monster, its hydraulic arms folded and its mouth hanging open to reveal rows of steel teeth. Even when it wasn't running, the crusher seemed to radiate a malevolent energy that made my skin crawl. We spent the better part of an hour wandering through the maze of junk, poking through boxes of mechanical parts and marveling at the strange artifacts of American consumption. Emma had brought her camera as promised, and she snapped pictures of the more interesting finds. A mannequin head with one eye missing, a grandfather clock with its hands frozen at midnight, a child's rocking horse with most of its paint worn away. It was near an old-school bus that had been stripped of its wheels and left to rust among a pile of washing machines that I made the discovery that would change everything. I was climbing through the bus, imagining what stories it might tell about all the children it had transported over the years, when something caught my eye beneath one of the torn seats. "Guys," I called out, my voice tight with excitement. "You need to see this." They came running, Emma's camera bouncing against her chest as she jogged over. Spencer reached the bus first, practically leaping through the open door in his eagerness to see what I'd found. There, nestled beneath the ripped vinyl of seat number 7, was a BB gun. Not just any BB gun. This was a high-end model, the kind with a wooden stock and a brass trigger that spoke of quality craftsmanship. Beside it was a cloth bag that rattled softly when I picked it up, heavy with what felt like hundreds of metal pellets. "Holy crap," Justin breathed, his eyes wide. "That thing looks expensive." Spencer reached for the gun with reverent hands, testing its weight and admiring the smooth lines of its construction. "This is military grade," he said with the authority of someone who'd watched far too many action movies. "Look at that scope. You could take down a small animal with this thing." Emma frowned, her photographer's eye taking in not just the weapon but the circumstances of our discovery. What's a gun like that doing hidden in an old school bus? And why would someone just leave it here? Her questions hung in the air like smoke, creating an atmosphere of unease that none of us wanted to acknowledge. There was something unsettling about finding such a valuable item abandoned in such a place, as if it had been left for us to find, as if someone or something wanted us to have it. Maybe someone hid it and forgot about it, I suggested. Though even as I said it, the explanation felt hollow. Spencer was already pumping the action, familiarizing himself with the weapon's mechanisms. The clicking sound it made seemed unnaturally loud in the confines of the bus, echoing off the metal walls with an ominous quality that made me shiver. "We should tell Murphy," Emma said, but there was uncertainty in her voice. "Are you crazy?" Spencer replied immediately. "He'll just take it away from us, probably sell it or something. Besides, finders keepers, right?" I looked at Justin, hoping for support for Emma's suggestion, but he was staring at the gun with the same fascination as Spencer. There was something hypnotic about the weapon, something that drew the eye and held it. Even Emma, despite her reservations, couldn't seem to look away. "We'll be careful with it," Spencer promised, though his definition of careful had always been different from most people's. "Just a little target practice. What could go wrong?" Famous last words. Again, we decided to keep the gun's discovery to ourselves, hiding it in Spencer's backpack as we said our goodbyes to Murphy. The old Irishman waved us off with his usual gruff affection, seemingly unaware of the dangerous secret we were carrying away from his junkyard. As we pedaled away from Murphy's, the weight of the hidden weapon seemed to press down on all of us. The mood had shifted, becoming somehow darker and more charged. Emma rode beside me, her camera put away, her expression thoughtful and troubled. "I have a bad feeling about this," she said quietly, just loud enough for me to hear over the sound of our tires on the asphalt. I wanted to tell her that I shared her concerns, that something about our discovery felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate, but Spencer was already planning our afternoon's activities, his excitement infectious despite my reservations, and Justin was eagerly participating in the discussion. Instead, I just nodded and kept pedaling, following my friends toward whatever destiny awaited us at Hollows Creek. The stolen BB gun thumping softly in Spencer's backpack with each revolution of his wheels. Behind us, Murphy's junkyard receded into the distance, but I had the strange sensation that something from that place of rust and decay was following us, watching from the shadows, waiting to see what we would do with the gift we'd been given. The sun had reached its zenith by the time we turned onto the dirt path that would lead us to our secret hideout, but somehow the day seemed to be growing darker instead of brighter, and in the distance barely audible over the sound of our breathing and the whisper of wind through the trees, I could swear I heard something calling our names. The path to Hollows Creek wound through a section of woods that had always felt different from the rest of the forests surrounding our town, while other wooded areas were filled with the normal sounds of suburban nature. Birds calling, squirrels chattering, leaves rustling in predictable patterns. This particular stretch of woodland maintained an unnatural silence that seemed to press against your eardrums. The trees here grew differently too, their trunks twisted into strange, almost geometric patterns that defied easy explanation. Local botanists, when pressed, would mumble about unusual soil conditions or underground magnetic fields, but their explanations always sounded rehearsed, as if they were repeating theories they didn't quite believe themselves. We discovered Hollows Creek 3 years earlier, during one of Spencer's grand adventures that had gone longer and farther than any of our parents would have approved. We'd been following a wounded rabbit. Spencer had wanted to help it, in one of his rare moments of genuine compassion, when we'd pushed through a particularly thick stand of brambles and found ourselves in what felt like another world entirely. The creek itself was more of a pond, really. A roughly circular body of water perhaps 50 feet across at its widest point. The water was always dark, so dark that you couldn't see more than a few inches below the surface, even on the brightest summer days. Around the pond's perimeter, the ground rose slightly, forming a natural amphitheater lined with smooth stones that looked almost deliberately placed. What made the place truly special, though, was its sense of complete isolation. Once you pushed through the barrier of thorny undergrowth that surrounded the clearing, all sounds from the outside world simply vanished. No traffic noise, no distant voices, no machinery, just the soft lapping of water against stone and the occasional splash of something moving beneath the surface. "Home sweet home," Spencer announced as we emerged from the brambles, our clothes torn and our arms scratched from the journey. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire clearing. Emma pulled out her camera immediately, snapping shots of the pond from various angles. Through her lens, the place probably looked picturesque, maybe even magical. But there was something about Hollows Creek that photographs never quite captured. An quality of watchfulness, as if the place itself was aware of your presence and taking your measure. "It's just like I remember it," Justin said, dropping his backpack near our usual meeting spot, a fallen log that had been worn smooth by years of use as an impromptu bench. "Creepy but cool." Emma lowered her camera, her expression thoughtful. "It's strange how quiet it is here. I mean really quiet. Back home, even when you think it's silent, there's always something. A dog barking in the distance, a plane overhead, a car door slamming. But here," she was right, of course. The silence of Hollows Creek was absolute, almost oppressive. It was the kind of silence that made you want to whisper, as if speaking too loudly might disturb something better left undisturbed. Spencer, meanwhile, had pulled the BB gun from his backpack and was examining it more closely in the natural light of the clearing. The weapon seemed to gleam with an almost inner radiance, its metal surfaces polished to a mirror shine despite the years it must have spent hidden in that old-school bus. "This thing is amazing," he breathed, running his fingers along the stock. "Look at this craftsmanship. This isn't some cheap toy. This is the real deal." He loaded a handful of pellets into the chamber, the small metal spheres clinking softly as they settled into place. The sound seemed unnaturally loud in the absolute silence of the clearing, each clink echoing off the water and the surrounding trees with crystalline clarity. "Let's see what this baby can do," Spencer said, raising the gun and sighting along its barrel toward a dead branch hanging over the far side of the pond. The first shot rang out like thunder in the confined space of the clearing. Even though I'd been expecting it, the sound made me jump, my heart hammering against my ribs. The pellet struck the branch with a sharp crack, sending splinters of wood flying into the dark water below. "Excellent," Spencer exclaimed, pumping the action to chamber another round. "This thing has some serious power." For the next hour we took turns with the gun, setting up increasingly elaborate targets and challenges. Justin found a rusty tin can and set it up on a rock, watching with satisfaction as Spencer knocked it spinning into the water. Emma, despite her earlier reservations, proved to be a surprisingly good shot, hitting a cluster of pine cones with methodical precision. When my turn came, I felt the weapon's weight in my hands, solid and reassuring. There was something seductive about the power it represented, the ability to reach out and affect the world at a distance. I understood, suddenly, why Spencer had been so excited about our discovery. I took aim at a knot in a nearby tree, squinting through the scope as I'd seen Spencer do. The crosshairs lined up perfectly with my target, and I squeezed the trigger with gentle pressure, just as my grandfather had taught me years ago during our one and only hunting trip. The pellet struck true, embedding itself in the soft wood with a satisfying thunk. But as the sound echoed across the water, something else echoed back. Something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was subtle, so subtle that at first I thought I'd imagined it. But as the echoes faded, I became certain that I'd heard another sound mixed in with them. Something like a voice, calling from somewhere across the pond. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, lowering the gun. The others looked at me with expressions ranging from confused to annoyed. "Hear what?" Justin asked. I thought I heard, "Never mind. Probably just an echo or something." But Emma was studying my face with those intelligent brown eyes of hers. And I had the feeling she'd heard something too, something that made her uncomfortable enough that she'd chosen not to mention it. Spencer took the gun back, already planning more elaborate target practice scenarios. "We should set up some kind of shooting gallery," he said. "Maybe hang some targets from those branches over there." As the afternoon wore on, we made ourselves at home in the clearing. Justin had brought sandwiches and soda in his backpack, expensive stuff from the deli his parents frequented. Emma had packed a thermos of her grandmother's hot chocolate. which tasted like liquid comfort despite the warming day. The BB gun became the centerpiece of our activities, passed from hand to hand like some kind of sacred relic. We took turns shooting at targets, seeing who could hit the smallest objects or make the most difficult shots. With each squeeze of the trigger, each sharp crack of pellet meeting wood or stone, I felt like we were disturbing something, not just the quiet of the clearing, but something deeper and more fundamental. As the sun began to sink toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that reflected ominously in the dark water of the pond, Spencer made an announcement that would change everything. "We should camp here tonight," he said, his eyes bright with excitement. "Like really camp, bring sleeping bags and everything, have a real adventure." Emma and Justin exchanged glances, and I could see the same mixture of excitement and apprehension in their faces that I felt in my own chest. There was something undeniably appealing about the idea of spending the night in our secret place, of having Hollows Creek all to ourselves under the stars. But there was something else too, a nagging voice in the back of my mind that whispered warnings I couldn't quite understand. The clearing felt different as the daylight began to fade, more oppressive, more watchful. The absolute silence that had seemed merely unusual during the day now felt almost threatening, as if something was holding its breath, waiting for nightfall. "I don't know," I said hesitantly. "Our parents will freak if we don't come home. We'll tell them we're sleeping over at each other's houses," Spencer replied with the casual confidence of someone who'd perfected the art of deception. Classic move. They'll never check. Emma was quiet for a long moment, staring across the dark water toward the far shore. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft, almost dreamy. "I think we should do it. I think this place wants us to stay." The way she said it made my skin crawl. But before I could ask her what she meant, Spencer was already making plans. We would go home, gather our supplies, and return before full dark. We would have the night of our lives at Hollows Creek. As we packed up our things and prepared to leave, I took one last look around the clearing. In the fading light, the place looked different somehow, darker, more mysterious, but also more inviting. The water seemed to whisper against the shore with a sound almost like voices, and the trees swayed in a breeze I couldn't feel. The BB gun went back into Spencer's backpack, but I had the strangest feeling that we weren't really taking it with us. It felt like the weapon belonged to this place now, like it had always been waiting here for us to find it and bring it home. As we pushed through the brambles and back onto the familiar path, I heard Emma whisper something behind me. When I turned to ask what she'd said, she just shook her head and smiled. But there was something in her eyes that hadn't been there before, something that looked almost like hunger. By the time we reached our bikes, full darkness was only a few hours away, and Hollows Creek lay behind us in patient silence, waiting for our return. And somewhere in the depths of that dark water, something else was waiting too, something that had been sleeping for a very long time, and was finally beginning to stir. Convincing our parents to let us have a sleepover required all of our collective acting skills, and a carefully orchestrated plan that Spencer had devised during our bike ride home. The key, he explained, was to make the request seem spontaneous while ensuring that each set of parents thought we were sleeping somewhere else. I went to Spencer first, as planned. His mother, Maria, was a kind woman who worked double shifts at the hospital and was often too tired to ask probing questions. When I knocked on their door at 6:30, she was just getting home from her day shift, her scrubs wrinkled and her dark hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. "Mrs. Valdez," I said in my most polite voice, "Spencer invited me and some friends to sleep over tonight. Would that be okay?" She smiled tiredly, ruffling my hair with a gesture that reminded me of my own mother. "Of course, sweetheart. Just keep the noise down. I have to work again tomorrow." Spencer appeared behind her, his backpack already loaded with supplies. "Thanks, Mom. We'll be really quiet." The lie tasted bitter in my mouth, but I pushed the guilt aside. We were committed now, and there was no turning back. Justin's part was equally simple. He would tell his parents he was sleeping at my house, while I would tell mine I was staying at his. Emma would claim to be having a sleepover with her cousin across town. It was a classic maneuver, one that we'd used successfully in the past for more innocent purposes. My parents were slightly more suspicious than Spencer's mother, but the story held up under their casual scrutiny. My father was more concerned with the football game on television than with the details of my social life, and my mother was distracted by some crisis at work that had her on the phone with colleagues well into the evening. "Be good," she said absently. kissing the top of my head as I shouldered my sleeping bag. "And call if you need anything." "I will, Mom. Love you." The words felt like another lie, though I meant them sincerely. If she had known where I was really going, what I was really planning to do, she would have locked me in my room until I graduated college. We met at the edge of the woods as planned, just as the last traces of daylight were fading from the western sky. The temperature had dropped with the sun, and I could see my breath misting in the cold air. Emma had brought a small tent, bright orange with reflective strips that would make it visible from a considerable distance. Spencer carried not just his sleeping bag, but also a Coleman lantern, and what looked like enough snacks to survive a week in the wilderness. Justin's contribution was typically extravagant, a two-person tent that probably cost more than my family spent on groceries in a month, complete with a built-in LED lighting system and color-coordinated stakes. He'd also brought a portable radio, though I doubted it would pick up any signals in the clearing. "Everyone ready for this?" Spencer asked, his eyes bright with excitement. Even in the growing darkness, I could see that familiar gleam that always preceded his more questionable decisions. Emma nodded, though she seemed quieter than usual, more subdued. She'd been like that ever since we'd left Hollows Creek earlier, as if some part of her had never really left the clearing at all. The walk through the woods felt different at night. Shadows that had seemed merely interesting during the day now loomed menacingly on either side of the path. Every sound, the snap of a twig underfoot, the rustle of something moving through the underbrush, seemed amplified and threatening. Our flashlight beams created pools of yellowish light that revealed only small sections of the trail at a time, leaving everything beyond their reach shrouded in impenetrable darkness. I found myself walking closer to the others than I normally would, drawn by an instinctive need for companionship in the face of the unknown. "It's darker than I expected," Justin said, voicing what we were all thinking. His expensive tent seemed cumbersome now, the aluminum poles rattling together with each step in a way that sounded unnaturally loud in the forest silence. Emma stopped suddenly, holding up her hand for quiet. "Listen," she whispered. We all froze, straining our ears for whatever she had detected. For a moment there was nothing but the normal sounds of a forest at night. Wind through branches, the distant call of an owl, the skittering of small animals through dead leaves. Then I heard it too, a sound like water moving, but not quite right somehow. Not the natural flow of a stream or the gentle lapping of waves, but something more deliberate, more purposeful, as if the water itself was aware of our presence and responding to it. "It's just the pond," Spencer said, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. Sound carries differently at night. We resumed walking, but the mood had shifted. What had started as an exciting adventure now felt more like a march towards some inevitable confrontation. The beam of my flashlight seemed weaker than it had moments before, and the darkness pressed in around us with an almost physical weight. When we finally reached the barrier of brambles that concealed the entrance to Hollows Creek, I hesitated. During the day, pushing through the thorny undergrowth had seemed like a minor inconvenience, a small price to pay for access to our private sanctuary. But now, with the thorns catching at our clothes and scraping against exposed skin, the barrier felt more like a warning, a last chance to turn back before crossing some invisible line. "Careful with the tents," Justin warned, as Spencer began forcing his way through the thicket. "If we tear these things, we're screwed." One by one, we pushed through the natural barrier, emerging into the clearing with our equipment mostly intact. I was the last to break through, and as I stepped into the open space around the pond, I felt a sensation like walking into a vast, empty cathedral. The clearing looked completely different at night. What had seemed cozy and intimate during the day now felt exposed and vulnerable under the star-filled sky. The pond reflected the night sky like black glass, doubling the field of stars and creating the disorienting impression that we were suspended in space, with darkness extending infinitely in all directions. "Wow," Emma breathed, and I heard genuine awe in her voice. "It's beautiful." She was right, of course. The place was beautiful in a stark, otherworldly way. But there was something else too. Something that made my skin crawl despite the undeniable majesty of our surroundings. It felt like we were trespassing, like we'd entered a space that wasn't meant for human eyes. Spencer, apparently unaffected by such concerns, began setting up his sleeping area with his characteristic enthusiasm. "This is perfect," he announced, unrolling his sleeping bag on a flat patch of ground near the water's edge. "We've got the whole place to ourselves." Justin chose a spot farther from the water, closer to the tree line where he apparently felt more secure. His expensive tent went up quickly and efficiently, the LED lights creating a warm, inviting glow that seemed almost defiant in the face of the surrounding darkness. Emma positioned her tent between the two boys, forming a rough triangle around the Coleman lantern that Spencer had placed in the center of our makeshift camp. The lantern's white light pushed back the darkness effectively, but somehow made the night beyond its reach seem even more impenetrable. As we worked to set up our temporary home, I became increasingly aware of the absolute silence that surrounded us. No insects chirping, no night birds calling, no small animals moving through the underbrush. It was as if every living thing in the area had fled, leaving us alone with whatever presence inhabited this place. Anyone else notice how quiet it is? I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. That's what makes it perfect, Spencer replied. But I caught him glancing nervously toward the dark water. No distractions, no interruptions, just us and nature. But this didn't feel like nature, at least not the kind I was familiar with. This felt like something else entirely, something that wore the mask of nature but concealed purposes and intentions that had nothing to do with the natural world. Emma had her camera out again, taking pictures of our campsite with the flash turned on. Each burst of artificial light illuminated the clearing in stark detail, revealing things that remained hidden in the steady glow of the lantern. In the brief, harsh illumination of the camera flash, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the clearing, shapes that might have been shadows cast by swaying branches, or might have been something else entirely. Did you see that? I asked after one particularly bright flash. Emma lowered the camera, frowning. See what? I thought I saw... Never mind. Probably just shadows. But Emma's expression suggested she had seen something too. Something that made her uncomfortable enough that she put the camera away without taking any more pictures. Spencer had retrieved the BB gun from his backpack and was examining it by the light of the Coleman lantern. The weapon seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it, its dark metal surfaces drinking in the illumination and giving nothing back. We should do some night shooting, he suggested, his voice carrying that edge of excitement that always made me nervous. See how accurate we can be in the dark. That's probably not a good idea, Justin said immediately. We can't see what we're shooting at. We could hit something important. Or someone, I thought, though I didn't voice the concern. The idea of firing the weapon blindly into the darkness surrounding our camp filled me with a dread I couldn't explain. Emma shivered, pulling her jacket tighter around her shoulders. It's getting cold, she observed, and I'm getting tired. Maybe we should just call it a night. But even as she said it, I could see in her eyes the same nervous energy that was keeping the rest of us awake. Despite our exhaustion from the day's activities, none of us seemed ready to retreat to the false security of our tents and sleeping bags. The night was still young, and Hollows Creek was just beginning to reveal its secrets. In the darkness beyond our small circle of light, something was stirring, something that had been waiting patiently for us to arrive. And as the hours passed and our little camp settled into an uneasy quiet, that something began to make its presence known. By 10 p.m., the temperature had dropped enough that our breath came in visible puffs, and the cold from the ground had begun seeping through our sleeping bags despite the insulated mats Justin had thoughtfully provided. We'd moved closer together around the Coleman lantern, drawn by both its warmth and the psychological comfort of its steady white light. Spencer had been quiet for the past hour, unusually so for someone who typically filled every silence with chatter or schemes. He sat cross-legged on his sleeping bag, the BB gun resting across his knees, his dark eyes constantly scanning the tree line as if he expected something to emerge from the shadows at any moment. Emma had started a journal, writing by the light of a small LED flashlight she kept clipped to her jacket. Every few minutes she would pause and listen intently to the silence around us, her pen hovering over the page as if she were trying to capture sounds that existed just beyond the range of human hearing. Justin had given up on his portable radio after discovering that it could pick up nothing but static, no matter which frequency he tried. The static itself was strange, not the random white noise you'd expect from an absence of signal, but something more structured, almost like whispered conversations in a language just beyond comprehension. I keep thinking I hear voices in that static, he admitted, finally switching the radio off in frustration. It's just your imagination, Spencer said, but his voice lacked conviction. Radio waves bounce funny off water sometimes. Creates weird interference patterns. I wasn't convinced by his explanation. partly because Spencer had learned everything he knew about radio waves from watching Star Trek reruns, but mostly because I'd heard the voices too. They weren't quite words, more like the memory of words, the ghost of conversations that had taken place long ago in this isolated clearing. Around 11 p.m., Emma made her first journal entry about the strange atmospheric conditions we were experiencing. I watched her write by the glow of her flashlight, her handwriting neat and precise despite the circumstances. "What are you writing?" I asked. She looked up from the journal, her brown eyes reflecting the lantern light in a way that made them seem almost luminescent. "Just observations. This place, it's not like anywhere I've ever been. The silence is so complete it's almost aggressive. And the way sound behaves here, it's like the normal rules don't apply." She was right about the sound. Earlier, when Justin had dropped a metal tent stake, it had rung out like a bell, the sound echoing off the water and the surrounding trees for what seemed like minutes. But when Spencer had called out to test the acoustics, his voice had been swallowed by the darkness almost immediately, as if the night itself had absorbed his words before they could travel more than a few feet. "Maybe there's some kind of natural acoustic phenomenon," I suggested, trying to find a rational explanation for something that felt increasingly irrational. Emma nodded thoughtfully. "Maybe. Or maybe this place just operates by different rules than the rest of the world." The way she said it sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. There was something in her voice, a note of acceptance that suggested she was beginning to believe that Hollows Creek was something more than just an unusual clearing in the woods. By midnight, all pretense of sleep had been abandoned. We sat in a tight circle around the lantern, our sleeping bags wrapped around our shoulders like cloaks, watching the darkness beyond our small sphere of light with increasing unease. It was then that Emma first heard the sounds that would haunt all of our dreams for years to come. She was reaching for her water bottle when she froze, her hand suspended in midair, her head tilted as if listening to something the rest of us couldn't detect. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. We all strained to listen, but the silence around us seemed absolute. Spencer started to shake his head, then stopped, his expression changing as he apparently picked up whatever Emma had detected. It was subtle at first, a sound like fabric rustling, or perhaps leaves being disturbed by a gentle breeze. But there was no wind that night, and the sound had a rhythm to it that suggested purposeful movement rather than random air currents. "Something's moving out there," Justin said, his voice tight with anxiety. Spencer's hands tightened on the BB gun, his knuckles white in the lantern light. Probably just an animal, deer or something. But we all knew that wasn't right. The sound was too deliberate, too careful. It was the sound of something trying not to be heard, something moving with stealth and intelligence through the darkness beyond our camp. The rustling sound circled us slowly, maintaining a constant distance from our circle of light. It would move from the east side of the clearing to the south, then around to the west, then back toward the north, always staying just beyond the reach of our vision. Whatever was making the sound seemed to be studying us, learning our positions and our defenses. "Maybe we should leave," Emma suggested, her voice barely audible. "And go where?" Spencer countered. "We can't see the path in the dark. We'd get lost in the woods for sure." He was right, of course. We were trapped here until dawn, committed to our adventure whether we wanted to be or not. The very darkness that had seemed exciting and adventurous a few hours earlier now felt like a prison, isolating us from the safety of the civilized world and leaving us vulnerable to whatever inhabited this strange place. The rustling sound stopped suddenly, replaced by a silence so complete it seemed to press against our eardrums. We sat frozen, hardly daring to breathe, waiting for some indication of what would happen next. Then Emma's tent began to move. At first I thought it was just the wind. Despite the still air around our campsite, the orange fabric rippled gently, as if something was brushing against it from the outside. But as we watched in growing horror, the movements became more deliberate, more purposeful. Something was touching the tent, running what might have been fingers along the synthetic fabric, testing its strength and searching for openings. The movements were slow and methodical, like someone conducting a careful inspection. "Oh God," Emma breathed, pressing closer to me. I could feel her trembling through the fabric of her jacket. Spencer raised the BB gun, pointing it toward Emma's tent, but his hands were shaking so badly I doubted he could hit anything accurately, even if he could see a target. The touching continued for what felt like hours but was probably only a few minutes. Whatever was out there seemed to be mapping the tent's construction. learning about its occupants through careful tactile exploration. At one point, the fabric depressed deeply, as if a hand had pressed firmly against it, and we all gasped in unison. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the contact stopped. The tent fabric settled back into its normal shape, and the oppressive silence returned. We waited, barely breathing, for something else to happen, but the night around us had returned to its unnatural stillness, as if the presence that had been investigating our camp had simply vanished. "What the hell was that?" Justin whispered. None of us had an answer. We sat huddled together around the lantern, our eyes darting constantly between Emma's tent and the darkness beyond, waiting for the next manifestation of whatever shared this place with us. It came at 2 a.m., when our exhaustion and fear had combined to create a state of hyper-alert numbness. This time, it wasn't Emma's tent that drew the attention of our unwelcome visitor. This time it was us. The sound began as a whisper, so soft it might have been the wind through distant trees. But gradually, it grew louder and more distinct, until we could make out what sounded like words being spoken in a language none of us recognized. The voice, for it was definitely a voice now, seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It spoke in urgent, pleading tones, as if trying to communicate something of vital importance. But the words themselves remained incomprehensible, a string of syllables that had the rhythm of speech but no meaning we could decipher. Emma grabbed my arm so tightly I could feel her fingernails digging through my jacket. "It's trying to tell us something," she said, her voice filled with a mixture of terror and fascination. Spencer was on his feet now, the BB gun raised and ready, though he had no clear target to aim at. "Show yourself," he shouted into the darkness. "Whatever you are, just show yourself." His words echoed across the water and back, but the strange whispering voice continued unabated, growing more insistent, more desperate. It was then that I began to make out individual sounds within the alien speech pattern, syllables that seemed almost familiar. "Spencer," I said urgently. "I think it's saying our names." The others fell silent, listening intently to the voice that continued to speak from the darkness around us. And gradually, we all began to hear it, our names woven into the incomprehensible alien speech like threads of familiarity in a tapestry of strangeness. "Spencer, Emma, Justin." Each name was drawn out, elongated, as if the speaker were tasting the sounds, savoring them. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, but something else entirely, something that existed outside the normal categories of human experience. "It knows us," Emma whispered, and in her voice I heard the same terrible fascination I was feeling myself. Despite the fear that made my heart race and my palms sweat, there was something compelling about the voice, something that made me want to step forward into the darkness and discover its source. The whispers continued for another 10 minutes. Our names repeated over and over in that strange, seductive voice that seemed to call to something deep within our souls. Then, just as the eastern horizon began to show the first faint traces of pre-dawn light, the voice faded away, leaving us alone with the memory of its alien music. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night. We sat huddled together around the dying Coleman lantern, watching the darkness gradually give way to gray dawn light, waiting for whatever would happen next. But the real terror was yet to come. As the first pale fingers of dawn crept across the sky, painting the horizon in shades of gray and silver, we finally allowed ourselves to believe that we had survived the night. The oppressive darkness that had pressed down on our small camp for hours began to lift, replaced by the more familiar and comforting light of early morning. Emma was the first to venture away from our tight circle around the now dim Coleman lantern. She stood slowly, her joints stiff from hours of sitting in the same position, and stretched her arms above her head. In the growing light, I could see the exhaustion etched into her features, the dark circles under her eyes that spoke of a night without sleep. "I need to use the bathroom," she announced quietly, glancing toward the tree line where we'd established our makeshift facilities the previous evening. "Don't go alone," I said immediately, the words coming out more urgent than I'd intended. Spencer nodded in agreement, the BB gun still resting across his knees. "We should all stick together until we figure out what happened last night." But Emma shook her head, attempting a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I'll be fine. It's getting light now, and whatever was out there seems to be gone. Besides, I'm just going behind those trees over there." She pointed to a cluster of pines about 30 feet from our camp. "You'll be able to see me the whole time." Justin started to protest. but Emma was already walking away, her footsteps muffled by the thick layer of fallen leaves that carpeted the clearing. We watched her progress carefully, our eyes tracking her movement as she made her way toward the trees she'd indicated. The morning air was crisp and clean, carrying the fresh scent of dew and earth that normally would have been refreshing after a night spent outdoors. But there was something else in the air too, something that reminded me of the smell of old copper pennies and made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Emma reached the tree line and paused, looking back at us with a reassuring wave, before disappearing behind the thick trunk of a massive pine. We could still hear her moving around, the soft sounds of her footsteps and the rustle of clothing, so we relaxed slightly and turned our attention to packing up our campsite. It was Spencer who first noticed that something was wrong. "She's been gone too long," he said, lowering the sleeping bag he'd been stuffing into his backpack. I checked my watch, a digital Casio that my father had given me for my 13th birthday. Emma had been out of sight for less than 5 minutes, hardly an unusual amount of time for what she'd gone to do. But something in Spencer's voice made me look up from my own packing. "Emma," I called out. "Everything okay?" There was no response. Justin cupped his hands around his mouth and tried a louder call.
"Emma, time to head home!"
Still nothing. We looked at each other with growing concern. The silence that had seemed oppressive during the night now felt actively menacing, as if it were deliberately swallowing our calls to prevent Emma from hearing them. Spencer grabbed the BB gun and stood up, his jaw set with determination. "We're going to check on her, all of us together." As we approached the cluster of pines where Emma had disappeared, I noticed that my hands were shaking, not from cold. The morning air was chilly but not uncomfortable, but from a growing sense of dread that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves. "Emma?" Spencer called again as we reached the edge of the tree line. "If you're playing some kind of joke, it's not funny." We pushed through the low-hanging branches of the pine trees, following what appeared to be a natural path through the undergrowth. The ground here was soft and spongy, covered with decades of fallen pine needles that muffled our footsteps and gave the entire area an otherworldly quality. We found Emma's jacket first. It was hanging from a low branch about 20 feet into the trees, the bright red fabric a stark contrast against the dark green of the pine needles. The jacket hung perfectly straight, as if it had been carefully placed there rather than caught accidentally. "Emma?" Justin's voice cracked as he called her name. Spencer reached up and pulled the jacket down from the branch, examining it carefully. There were no tears, no signs of struggle, no indication of how it had come to be hanging there. It was simply there, waiting for us to find it. "This doesn't make sense," Spencer muttered, turning the jacket over in his hands. "Why would she take her jacket off? It's freezing out here." We continued deeper into the trees, following what might have been a path, or might have been nothing more than a gap between the trunks. The pine needles beneath our feet seemed to absorb sound even more effectively than the clearing had, creating a bubble of silence that moved with us as we searched. We found Emma herself another 50 feet deeper into the woods, and the sight of her froze the blood in my veins. She was standing perfectly still between two massive pine trees, her back to us, her arms hanging limp at her sides. She was dressed only in her t-shirt and jeans, her feet bare despite the cold ground and the scattered pine cones that littered the forest floor. "Emma?" I called out, but she didn't respond to her name. We approached her carefully, Spencer keeping the BB gun ready despite the obvious harmlessness of the scene. As we got closer, I could see that Emma was trembling, not from cold but from something else, something that made her entire body shake like a leaf in a hurricane. "Emma, what are you doing out here?" Spencer asked, reaching out to touch her shoulder. The moment his hand made contact with her, Emma screamed. It wasn't a normal scream, not the kind of scream you'd expect from someone who was startled or scared. This was something primal and animalistic, a sound that seemed to come from the very depths of her soul. The scream echoed through the trees with impossible volume, seeming to come from everywhere at once. Emma spun around to face us, and what I saw in her eyes nearly made me scream as well. They were wide and wild, filled with a terror so profound it seemed to have stripped away every trace of the intelligent, thoughtful girl we'd known. But worse than the terror was something else, something that looked almost like hunger. "It touched me," she whispered, her voice barely audible after the volume of her scream. "It came to my tent last night, and it touched me. It's been touching me all night." "What touched you?" Justin asked, his voice gentle despite his obvious fear. Emma's eyes darted between us, as if she weren't quite sure who we were. The thing in the water, the thing that lives under Hollows Creek, it wanted me to come to it, but I couldn't, so it came to me instead. She held up her hands, and in the growing daylight I could see that her palms were covered with a dark substance that looked almost like mud but had a consistency more like oil. The substance seemed to shimmer in the morning light as if it contained some kind of internal illumination. "It's still touching me," Emma continued, her voice rising toward hysteria. "I can feel it on my skin, under my skin. It wants me to come back to the water. It wants me to go down into the dark where it lives." Spencer raised the BB gun, though he had no clear target. "Emma, you need to calm down. Whatever happened, it's over now. We're going to get you out of here." But Emma shook her head violently, backing away from us until her shoulders pressed against the rough bark of a pine tree.
You don't understand. It's not over. It's never going to be over. It knows about us now. It knows our names, our smells, the sound of our breathing. It's going to follow us home.
The way she said it made my blood run cold, because deep down I believed her. Whatever had visited our camp during the night, whatever had whispered our names from the darkness, it had formed some kind of connection with us. We weren't just witnesses to something strange. We had become part of it. "Emma, we need to leave this place," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "All of us right now." She nodded rapidly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yes, we have to leave. But it won't matter. Don't you see? It touched my tent. It knows where I sleep, how I breathe, what I dream about. It's going to come for me again." Spencer stepped forward, holding out Emma's jacket. "Put this on. You're going to freeze." As Emma reached for the jacket, I saw her hands more clearly in the morning light. The dark substance wasn't just on her palms. It was under her fingernails, streaked along her wrists, smeared across her forearms like the remnants of some alien embrace. "When did this happen?" I asked. Emma looked down at her hands as if seeing them for the first time. "I don't know. I don't remember taking my jacket off. I don't remember walking into the woods. The last thing I remember is going behind the trees, and then, nothing. Just darkness and that voice calling my name." She pulled on her jacket with shaking hands, but the dark substance on her skin left stains on the bright red fabric. Looking at those stains, I had the horrible certainty that they would never wash out, that Emma would carry the mark of whatever had touched her for the rest of her life. We made our way back to the clearing in silence, Emma walking between Justin and me, while Spencer took point with the BB gun. The morning light that had seemed so welcoming, just minutes before now, felt harsh and revealing, exposing details I wished I couldn't see. The campsite looked different in daylight, more ordinary, but somehow more sinister as well. Our tents and sleeping bags seemed like the abandoned toys of children who had wandered into a place where children weren't meant to go. As we packed up our gear with frantic efficiency, I kept glancing at the dark water of Hollows Creek. The surface was perfectly still, reflecting the morning sky like black glass, giving no indication of what might lie beneath. But I had the unmistakable feeling that something down there was watching us, waiting to see what we would do next. Emma moved like a sleepwalker, responding to our instructions but showing none of her usual initiative or intelligence. The dark stains on her hands seemed to be spreading, creeping up her arms like some kind of infection. "We need to get her to a doctor," Justin whispered as we finished breaking camp. Spencer shook his head. "And tell them what? That something from a pond touched her during the night. They'll think we're crazy." But as I looked at Emma, at the growing dark stains on her skin, and the haunted expression in her eyes, I thought that maybe crazy was exactly what we were becoming. Maybe that was the price of spending a night at Hollows Creek. Maybe it took something from you, something essential, and left you forever changed. We were about to leave when Spencer made a decision that would haunt all of us for years to come. "Wait," he said, raising the BB gun and pointing it toward the water. "Whatever's down there, I'm going to give it something to remember us by." Before any of us could stop him, he fired 3 quick shots into the center of the pond. The pellets struck the surface with small splashes, disappearing instantly into the dark water. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the screaming began. The sound that erupted from the depths of Hollows Creek was unlike anything I had ever heard before or have heard since. It wasn't quite human, wasn't quite animal, but something that existed in the terrible space between the two. The scream seemed to come from everywhere at once, not just from the water but from the trees, the ground beneath our feet, the air around us. Emma collapsed immediately, her hands pressed against her ears, her body convulsing as if the sound was causing her physical pain. The dark stains on her skin began to spread more rapidly, creeping up her arms like living things, pulsing in rhythm with the otherworldly shriek that filled the clearing. "What have you done?" Justin screamed at Spencer, but his words were barely audible over the continuing scream from the pond. Spencer himself had gone pale, the BB gun trembling in his hands as he stared at the water in horror. The surface of Hollows Creek, which had been mirror-smooth moments before, was now churning violently, as if something massive was thrashing beneath the surface. The screaming continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then, abruptly, it stopped, leaving us in a silence so complete it seemed to press against our eardrums. The absence of sound was almost as disturbing as the shriek had been. Emma was the first to break the silence. She looked up at us from where she had fallen, her eyes wide with a terror that went beyond anything human minds were meant to process. "It's coming," she whispered. "Oh God, it's coming up." The water in the center of the pond began to bubble, small at first, then larger, as if something was rising from the depths. The dark surface broke apart into concentric circles that spread outward toward the shore, carrying with them a smell that made my stomach lurch, the stench of deep water and decay, of things that had died long ago and never properly decomposed. "Run," Spencer said, his voice cracking. "We need to run, now." But Emma couldn't stand. The dark stains had spread to cover her entire arms now, and were beginning to creep across her collarbone toward her neck. Her legs seemed to have lost all strength, leaving her crumpled on the ground like a broken doll. Justin and I grabbed Emma under her arms, hauling her to her feet despite her protests. She felt impossibly heavy, as if whatever was happening to her was increasing her weight, pulling her down toward the earth with unnatural force. "Leave me," she gasped as we half-carried, half-dragged her toward the tree line. "It doesn't want you. It only wants me. If you leave me here, you'll be safe." "Like hell," I replied, tightening my grip on her arm. The dark stains felt cold beneath my fingers, cold in a way that seemed to seep through my skin and into my bones. Spencer led the way, crashing through the brambles that surrounded the clearing, without any regard for the thorns that tore at his clothes and skin. Behind us, the bubbling in the pond grew more violent, and I could hear something else. A sound like wet footsteps, as if something had emerged from the water and was following us. The journey through the woods back to the main path felt endless. Emma's weight seemed to increase with each step, and the dark stains were now visible on her neck, creeping upward toward her face like fingers of living shadow. Her breathing had become labored, as if the very act of respiration required enormous effort. "It's in my lungs," she wheezed as we struggled through a particularly thick stand of trees. "I can feel it in my lungs, in my blood. It's everywhere inside me." "Just keep breathing," Justin urged, though I could hear the panic in his voice. "We're going to get help. We're going to figure this out." But even as he said it, I could see in his eyes the same terrible knowledge that was growing in my own mind. Whatever was happening to Emma, whatever that thing in the pond had done to her, it was beyond any help we could provide. We reached the main path just as the sun cleared the horizon, flooding the forest with golden morning light that should have been comforting, but somehow made everything look more surreal, more nightmarish. Emma's condition was deteriorating rapidly now. The dark stains had reached her jawline, and her eyes were beginning to take on a strange, oily quality that reflected light in ways that human eyes weren't meant to. "The bikes," Spencer panted, pointing toward where we'd left our bicycles the night before. "If we can get to the bikes, we can make it to town." But Emma shook her head weakly. "No, I can't leave. It won't let me leave." As if to prove her point, she suddenly became impossibly heavy, her full weight pulling down on Justin and me with a force that drove us to our knees. It was as if something invisible had grabbed her, holding her in place despite our efforts to move her. "Fight it, Emma," I urged, straining against the supernatural weight that seemed to be anchoring her to the forest floor. "Whatever it is, fight it." Emma looked at me with eyes that were no longer entirely human, dark oil swirling in her irises like miniature storms. "I can't fight it," she said, and her voice carried harmonics that made my teeth ache. "It's part of me now. We're connected. It's always going to be part of me." Spencer had retrieved the BB gun, and was looking back toward Hollows Creek with a mixture of fear and determination. Maybe I can distract it, draw its attention away from Emma. No! Emma's voice rose to a shriek that made birds explode from the trees around us. You don't understand what you've done. You hurt it. You made it angry. If you go back there, it will take you too. The sound of wet footsteps was getting closer now, accompanied by a smell that made the air itself seem thick and choking. Whatever had emerged from the pond was tracking us, following the trail we'd left through the forest. It's here, Emma whispered, and the dark stains suddenly spread across her entire face in a matter of seconds, covering her features like a living mask. Oh God, it's here. The thing that stepped out from behind a cluster of oak trees was not something the human mind was equipped to process. It had a rough humanoid shape, but it seemed to be made of the same dark substance that had been spreading across Emma's skin. It was tall, perhaps 7 feet, and its limbs were too long, too thin, jointed in places where joints shouldn't exist. But it was the face that nearly drove me insane. Or rather, the lack of a face. Where features should have been, there was only smooth darkness, interrupted by what might have been a mouth, a gaping hole that seemed to lead down into infinite depths. The creature moved with fluid grace, its 2 long arms swaying as it approached our group. It made no sound except for the wet slapping of its footsteps against the forest floor, but somehow I could feel its attention focused on Emma with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Emma stood up slowly, and as she did, the supernatural weight that had been holding her down seemed to lift. But she wasn't moving under her own power anymore. She was being drawn toward the creature like a piece of metal toward a magnet. Emma, no, Justin pleaded, reaching out to grab her arm. But the moment his fingers touched the dark stains on her skin, he jerked his hand back with a cry of pain. His fingertips were black where they had made contact, and the darkness was spreading up his fingers like frostbite. It's claiming her, Spencer said, his voice filled with a hopelessness I'd never heard from him before. There's nothing we can do. Emma turned to look at us one last time, and for just a moment I saw a flicker of the girl we'd known in her oil-dark eyes. Tell my grandmother I'm sorry, she said, her voice carrying that same harmonic quality that made my bones ache. Tell her I tried to come home. Then she was moving toward the creature, her steps synchronized with its approach until they met in the middle of the path. The thing that had been Emma Rodriguez reached out with arms that were no longer entirely human and embraced the darkness that had come to claim her. They merged together in a way that defied description, becoming a single entity of shadow and hunger before dissolving into mist that was absorbed by the forest floor. In seconds, both Emma and the creature were gone, leaving only the lingering smell of deep water and decay. Spencer, Justin, and I stood in stunned silence, staring at the spot where Emma had vanished. The dark stains on Justin's fingertips were no longer spreading, but they weren't disappearing either. Permanent marks that would remind him for the rest of his life of the moment he'd tried to save our friend and failed. We didn't speak as we retrieved our bikes and began the long ride home. What was there to say? How could we possibly explain what had happened to Emma, what we had witnessed in those dark woods surrounding Hollows Creek? The authorities were called, of course. Search parties were organized. Emma's disappearance made the local news, and for weeks afterward, volunteers combed through the forest, looking for any trace of the missing girl. But they never found anything. Not her clothes, not her camera, not a single sign that she had ever existed. The official explanation was that Emma had run away, possibly to join a friend in another state. Her grandmother never believed it, but without evidence of foul play, the case was eventually closed and filed away. Spencer, Justin, and I never spoke about what really happened that night at Hollows Creek. We went back to school, back to our normal lives, but something fundamental had changed in all of us. Spencer lost his wild enthusiasm for adventure, becoming quiet and introspective. Justin's family moved away the following summer, and I never saw him again. As for me, I carried the memory of that night like a weight in my chest, a secret that grew heavier with each passing year. I went through the motions of growing up, graduating high school, going to college, starting a career, but part of me never left that clearing, never stopped listening for the sound of wet footsteps in the darkness. Years later, I married my college sweetheart, a kind, intelligent woman who reminded me in small ways of the Emma I had known before Hollows Creek claimed her. We had 3 daughters together, and I tried to give them the normal, safe childhood that had been stolen from my own friends and me. But sometimes, on quiet nights when the house is dark and my family is sleeping, I find myself thinking about Hollows Creek. I wonder if it's still there, still waiting in patient silence for the next group of curious children to stumble upon its secrets. I wonder if Emma is still down there in the dark water, transformed into something that serves the ancient hunger that dwells in that place. And I wonder, with a fear that has never truly faded, whether the thing that took Emma will ever decide to come looking for the rest of us, the 3 boys who witnessed its claiming and lived to carry the memory of its terrible power. The dark stains on Justin's fingers never disappeared, a permanent reminder of the price of our intrusion into places where humans were never meant to go. Spencer never picked up another weapon, haunted by the knowledge that his rash action had sealed Emma's fate. And me? I learned to live with the weight of secrets too terrible to share, the burden of knowledge that some adventures extract a price that can never be repaid. I learned that there are places in this world where the normal rules don't apply, where ancient things sleep beneath still water and wait for unwary children to disturb their slumber. Hollows Creek taught us all the most important lesson of our young lives, that some doors once opened can never be closed again, and some prices once paid echo through the years like ripples on dark water, touching everything they encounter and leaving nothing unchanged. The memory of Emma's final words still haunts me. Tell her I tried to come home, but the truth is, I don't think Emma ever really left Hollows Creek at all. I think part of her is still there, transformed and trapped, waiting in the darkness beneath the water for the next group of children to discover that some adventures are too dangerous to survive. And sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night, I can still hear her calling our names from the darkness, her voice carrying the same harmonics that made our bones ache with recognition and terror. The voice of something that was once human but has become something else entirely, something that belongs to the shadows and the deep places where light never reaches. Hollows Creek keeps its secrets well, but those of us who survived its touch will carry its mark until the day we die, living reminders of the price of curiosity and the terrible truth that some places in this world are better left unexplored. The year was 1973, and I was 12 years old when we made that fateful trip to the Big Thicket region of East Texas. The autumn air carried a weight that seemed to press down on everything as our 2-car convoy wound through the darkening backroads north of Beaumont. My stepfather, Roy, drove our station wagon with white-knuckled intensity, his eyes fixed on the narrow ribbon of asphalt cutting through walls of towering pines. Behind us, my Uncle Ray followed in his pickup truck, headlights carving through the gathering darkness. The radio had been crackling with weather warnings all afternoon. Storms moving in from the Gulf, temperatures dropping faster than expected. My mother, Clara, sat rigid in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing back at me and my stepbrother Eddie with forced smiles that didn't reach her eyes. She'd been against this trip from the start, claiming she had a bad feeling about venturing so deep into the wilderness. My Aunt Janet, Ray's wife, had dismissed her concerns with nervous laughter, but I could see the way her hands trembled as she lit cigarette after cigarette during our rest stops. Eddie was 14, 2 years my senior, and usually the braver of us two. But even he seemed subdued as we passed mile after mile of unbroken forest. The trees grew thicker and more ominous as we traveled deeper into the thicket, their branches forming a canopy so dense that even in daylight the forest floor remained shrouded in perpetual twilight. Spanish moss hung like tattered funeral shrouds from ancient oak limbs, swaying in the humid breeze. "How much further, Roy?" my mother asked, her voice tight with barely concealed anxiety. "Maybe another hour," he replied, though his grip on the steering wheel suggested he wasn't entirely certain. The hunting cabin belonged to a friend, someone Roy had met at the oil refinery where he worked. The directions were vague at best. Turn left at the old church, right at the dead cypress. Follow the dirt road until you can't go any further. As we drove deeper into the wilderness, I pressed my face against the cool window glass, watching the monotonous parade of trees. Occasionally, yellow eyes would reflect our headlights from the undergrowth. Possums, raccoons, maybe deer. But there was something else out there too. Something that made my skin crawl whenever I glimpsed movement in my peripheral vision. Dark shapes that seemed too large, too deliberate in their movements to be ordinary woodland creatures. The radio finally gave up with a burst of static, leaving us in uncomfortable silence broken only by the rumble of the engine and the whisper of tires on damp pavement. Outside, the first drops of rain began to speck the windshield. By the time we found the turnoff to the cabin, it was well past 11 o'clock. The dirt road was little more than 2 tire ruts separated by a ridge of weeds and gravel that scraped against the undercarriage of our station wagon. Tree branches scratched at the windows like skeletal fingers, and more than once Roy had to stop and back up to navigate around a fallen log or washout. The cabin materialized out of the darkness like something from a fever dream. A single bare bulb mounted on a wooden power pole cast harsh shadows across the clearing, illuminating a structure that looked far more primitive than any of us had expected. The building was long and narrow, constructed of rough-hewn logs that had weathered to a sickly gray color. The roof sagged in several places, and the wraparound porch leaned at an angle that suggested the foundation had shifted over the years. "This is it?" my mother asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Roy killed the engine, and we sat in silence for a moment, listening to the tick of cooling metal and the whisper of rain on the cabin's tin roof. The light from the power pole flickered intermittently, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across the clearing. Beyond the circle of illumination, the forest pressed in on all sides, a solid wall of black that seemed to absorb sound and movement. Uncle Ray pulled up beside us and rolled down his window. "Doesn't look like much, does it?" he called out, trying to inject some levity into the moment. But I could hear the uncertainty in his voice too. We unloaded our bags quickly, eager to get inside and away from the oppressive darkness. The cabin's front door was solid oak, heavy and scarred, with an old-fashioned latch that required significant force to operate. As Roy struggled with the mechanism, I became aware of sounds from the forest, not the normal night sounds of insects and small animals, but something else, a rhythmic creaking, as if something large was moving through the trees, testing branches that groaned under its weight. "Did you hear that?" Eddie whispered, moving closer to me. Before I could respond, the latch gave way with a metallic screech that seemed to echo through the forest. Roy pushed the door open and fumbled for a light switch, flooding the interior with harsh fluorescent light that made us all squint and blink. The cabin's interior was exactly what the outside had promised. Rustic to the point of primitive. The main room stretched the length of the building, with a small kitchen area at one end and a sitting area centered around a stone fireplace at the other. The floors were rough pine planks, warped and stained with decades of use. Kerosene lanterns hung from hooks along the walls, suggesting that the electrical system was a recent and possibly unreliable addition. 2 doorways at opposite ends of the main room led to small sleeping areas, each containing a set of bunk beds and a single window. The air inside was stale and musty, tinged with the smell of old wood and something else. Something organic and unpleasant that made my nose wrinkle in disgust. "Place needs airing out," Aunt Janet observed, setting down her suitcase and immediately moving to open windows. But the windows were painted shut, their frames swollen with moisture and age. While the adults discussed sleeping arrangements and unpacked supplies, Eddie and I explored our assigned sleeping area on the right side of the cabin. The bunk beds were crude constructions of rough lumber, with thin mattresses that smelled of mildew and mice. The single window was large, maybe 4 feet square, positioned at just the right height to provide a view from both the upper and lower bunks. Outside the window, the forest pressed close to the cabin. In daylight, I imagined you could see deep into the woods, but now the darkness beyond the glass was absolute. The rain had intensified, drumming against the tin roof with increasing urgency. Occasionally, lightning would flicker in the distance, illuminating the swaying trees for a split second before plunging everything back into darkness. "I don't like this place," Eddie whispered, as we made up our beds with sheets that felt damp despite being freshly laundered. I nodded, though I couldn't quite articulate why. There was something wrong about the cabin, something that went beyond its primitive conditions and remote location. It felt watched, as if unseen eyes were observing our every movement from the darkness beyond the windows. From the main room came the sounds of our parents settling in for the night. Hushed conversations, the clink of glasses as the men shared a nightcap, the rustle of sleeping bags being arranged on the couch and chairs. Eventually, these sounds died away, replaced by the rhythm of rain and the occasional creak of the cabin settling on its foundation. I had always been a light sleeper, a trait that proved both blessing and curse that night in the big thicket. Despite my exhaustion from the long drive, true rest remained frustratingly out of reach. The unfamiliar sounds of the cabin, the tick of expanding wood, the whisper of wind through gaps in the walls, The scurry of small creatures in the spaces between floors kept pulling me back from the edge of unconsciousness. The bunk beds creaked with every movement, and Eddie, normally a heavy sleeper, seemed equally restless. I could hear him shifting position repeatedly, his breathing shallow and irregular. Outside, the rain continued its relentless assault on the roof, punctuated by the occasional rumble of distant thunder. It must have been around 1 in the morning when the first truly disturbing sound reached my ears. At first I thought it might be the wind, but there was a deliberate quality to it, a rhythmic scratching that seemed to circle the cabin. The sound would start at one corner, move along the wall, then pause before continuing around the building's perimeter. I lay perfectly still, straining to listen, my heart beginning to hammer against my ribs. The scratching stopped directly outside our window, replaced by something worse, a low rumbling sound that vibrated through the cabin walls. It wasn't quite a growl, but it carried an unmistakable note of menace that made my throat constrict with fear. Below me, Eddie's breathing had become completely silent. I knew he was awake, listening to the same sounds that had set every nerve in my body on edge. The rumbling continued for perhaps 30 seconds, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow more terrifying than the sound itself. Then came the scraping. Something large was moving against the exterior wall of the cabin, just below our window. The sound was deliberate and methodical, as if whatever was out there was testing the structure, looking for weak points. The scraping moved upward, growing closer to the window, and I found myself holding my breath as I strained to hear. A shadow passed across the window, blocking what little light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. The shadow was massive, far larger than any animal I could imagine, and it lingered there for long moments before moving on. The scraping continued around the corner of the building, gradually fading as whatever was out there completed its circuit of the cabin. I waited in frozen terror for the sound to return, but the forest had fallen silent except for the rain. Even the normal night sounds had ceased, as if every living creature in the big thicket was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The scream that shattered the night air came from directly below me, and it took several heart-stopping seconds before I realized it was Eddie. The sound was raw and primal, filled with such terror that it seemed to strip away years of civilization and reduce my stepbrother to something primitive and panicked. I rolled over and peered down from the top bunk, expecting to find Eddie caught in the grip of a nightmare. Instead, I saw him pressed against the far wall, as far from the window as the small room would allow. His face was alabaster white in the dim light, his eyes wide with shock and focused on something outside the glass. Following his gaze, I saw it too. At first, my mind refused to process what I was seeing. The creature's face filled most of the window, close enough that its breath fogged the glass. Brown fur covered a massive skull that seemed too large to belong to any earthly animal, but it was the eyes that truly terrified me. Yellow and intelligent, holding a malevolent awareness that spoke of cunning and predatory patience. The thing's lips pulled back to reveal teeth that belonged in nightmares. They were enormous, yellowed canines designed for tearing flesh, set in jaws that could easily crush bone. Saliva dripped from the creature's mouth, leaving streaks on the window glass as it pressed closer to the barrier that separated us. For a moment that stretched into eternity, we stared at each other, predator and prey, separated by nothing more than a thin pane of glass and a few inches of empty air. The creature's nostrils flared as it scented us, and I could see the muscles in its massive shoulders bunching and releasing beneath its fur. Then, without warning, it was gone. The window showed only darkness and rain, but I knew the thing was still out there. I could feel its presence like a weight pressing down on the cabin, malevolent and patient. Eddie continued to scream until footsteps thundered through the main room, and our parents burst through the doorway. "What's wrong? What happened?" Roy demanded, flicking on the overhead light and scanning the room for danger. Eddie couldn't speak coherently, only point at the window with a trembling finger. Roy and Uncle Ray moved to investigate, peering out into the darkness, but seeing nothing unusual. "Probably just a nightmare," my mother said, gathering Eddie into her arms despite his 14 years. "You're safe now." But I knew it hadn't been a dream. The creature's face was burned into my memory, every detail sharp and clear, and somehow I knew our night of terror was far from over. We had barely managed to calm Eddie when the real assault began. It started as a deep vibration that seemed to emanate from the forest itself, growing stronger and more pronounced until the entire cabin began to shake. Dust rained from the rafters, and the windows rattled in their frames as something massive moved through the darkness outside. Then came the screaming. The sound that erupted from the forest was unlike anything I had ever heard. Part roar, part howl, with an underlying note of rage that made my bones ache. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, echoing off the trees and multiplying until the very air vibrated with fury. The sound went on, rising and falling in waves that crashed over the cabin like a physical force. Roy and Uncle Ray grabbed their rifles from where they had propped them against the wall, their faces grim with determination, but I could see the fear in their eyes, the way their hands shook as they checked their weapons. "Stay here," Roy ordered, motioning for us to remain in the sleeping area. "Don't come out no matter what you hear." The two men moved toward the front door, but before they could reach it, something struck the cabin with tremendous force. The entire structure shuddered, timbers groaning under the impact. Pictures fell from the walls and dishes crashed to the floor as the building swayed like a ship in a storm. Outside, the light pole began to sway back and forth with increasing violence. The single bulb cast wildly dancing shadows across the clearing as whatever was out there used the pole as a lever, rocking it back and forth with methodical determination. The electrical lines sparked and snapped, sending showers of blue fire cascading into the wet darkness. Then, with a tremendous crack of splintering wood, the pole toppled over. The light went out instantly, plunging us into absolute darkness. The electrical power died with it, leaving us trapped in a cabin that suddenly felt as fragile as a matchbox. In the darkness, the creature's screaming intensified. It was close now, circling the cabin like a wolf stalking wounded prey. I could hear its massive body crashing through the underbrush, snapping branches and trampling vegetation as it moved. Each footfall seemed to shake the ground, and I realized with growing horror just how large the thing must be. Roy fumbled for one of the kerosene lanterns, his hands shaking so badly it took 3 tries to light the wick. The flickering flame cast a small circle of yellow light that only seemed to emphasize the vast darkness pressing in around us. "Ray," he called to his brother-in-law, "we need to get outside, see what we're dealing with." Uncle Ray nodded grimly, though I could see the doubt in his eyes. They moved toward the door with rifles raised, but just as Roy reached for the latch, something massive struck the cabin again. This time the impact was so violent that several of the windows cracked, spiderweb patterns spreading across the glass. What followed was the longest night of my young life. Roy and Uncle Ray made it as far as the front porch before something in the darkness sent them scrambling back inside, slamming the door and throwing the heavy wooden bar across it. They refused to say exactly what they had seen, but the look of naked terror on their faces told us everything we needed to know. The creature, for we had all stopped pretending it was just a bear, seemed to sense our vulnerability. It circled the cabin endlessly, testing every wall, every window, every potential point of entry. Sometimes it would scratch at the logs, its claws leaving deep gouges in the weathered wood. Other times it would press its massive body against the walls, making the entire structure creak and sway. Occasionally it would appear at a window, that horrible face pressing against the glass as yellow eyes peered into our pitiful refuge. Each appearance sent Eddie into fresh paroxysms of terror, and even my mother, normally the calmest of us all, had begun to weep quietly. Aunt Janet had taken charge of maintaining our small supply of kerosene lanterns, rationing the fuel to ensure we wouldn't be left in complete darkness. But the flickering flames seemed to attract the creature's attention, and whenever it appeared at a window, its eyes would lock onto the light with an intensity that suggested cunning intelligence. "It's playing with us," Uncle Ray whispered during one of the creature's temporary absences, "testing us, seeing how we react." Roy nodded grimly, clutching his rifle, though we all knew the weapon would be useless against something of that size. "It knows we're trapped." The attack on the cars came sometime after 3 in the morning. We heard the screech of metal being twisted and torn, followed by the sound of breaking glass. When morning finally came, we would discover that one of the vehicles had been systematically demolished, its roof crushed inward, and its windshield shattered by massive impacts. But the creature's most terrifying display came just before dawn. As the eastern sky began to lighten with the first hint of morning, the forest fell silent. The constant circling stopped, the scratching ceased, and for a few blessed minutes we dared to hope that our ordeal was over. Then came the sound of something enormous climbing. The cabin shook as tremendous weight settled on the roof above our heads. Dust and debris rained down from the rafters as the creature moved across the tin roofing, each footfall creating a thunderous boom that echoed through the building. It paused directly over the main room, and I could swear I felt its eyes boring down through the ceiling, studying us like insects in a jar. The roof began to sag under the massive weight. Several of the support beams cracked audibly, and Roy motioned frantically for us to move away from the center of the room. We huddled against the walls, watching in terror as the ceiling bowed lower and lower. Just when it seemed the roof must collapse entirely, the weight lifted. Whatever was up there had moved away, leaving only the memory of its presence and the ominous creaking of damaged timbers. The first rays of sunlight filtering through the cracked windows were the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. As the forest gradually emerged from darkness, revealing ordinary trees and familiar shadows, the terror of the night began to feel like something from a fever dream. But the evidence of our encounter was everywhere: the destroyed light pole, the damaged cabin, the demolished car. We packed with frantic efficiency, none of us willing to spend another moment in that accursed place. Roy and Uncle Ray moved with grim purpose, loading our belongings while constantly scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The creature was gone. I could sense its absence the way you sense an empty house, but none of us doubted it was watching from somewhere in the depths of the big thicket. The damage to the Pinto was worse than we had initially realized. The entire front end was caved in as if something of enormous weight had pressed down on it. The windshield was spider-webbed with cracks, and long scratches in the metal suggested claws the size of kitchen knives. Uncle Ray's truck had fared better, with only minor dents and scratches, but even it bore evidence of the night's encounter. It was Eddie who found the tracks. Despite his terror, my stepbrother had recovered enough of his composure to investigate the area around our sleeping quarters. The rain had turned the ground to mud, preserving perfect impressions of whatever had stalked us through the night. The prints were unlike anything in any nature guide or textbook. They were roughly humanoid in shape but enormous, nearly 2 feet long and proportionally wide. The depth of the impression suggested a weight that defied imagination, and the spacing between them indicated a stride that belonged to something at least 8 feet tall. Roy knelt beside one of the clearer prints, his face pale with disbelief. What in God's name could make tracks like these? Uncle Ray shook his head slowly. Nothing that's supposed to exist, that's for certain. We followed the trail as far as we dared, but it led deep into the forest, disappearing into a tangle of undergrowth that looked impenetrable. Whatever had terrorized us was gone, returned to the depths of the big thicket where it belonged. As we drove away from that place, none of us spoke. The memory of yellow eyes and terrible teeth rode with us in silence, a shared nightmare that would bind us together for the rest of our lives. Uncle Ray never spoke of that night again, taking the secret to his grave. Roy would only acknowledge that we had encountered something that shouldn't have been there, refusing to elaborate no matter how much we pressed him. But I remember everything: the creature's face pressed against the window, the sound of its claws on wood, the weight of its presence on the cabin roof, and sometimes in the darkest hours of the night, I still wonder what would have happened if that thin pane of glass had given way, if those massive jaws had found their way inside our fragile shelter. The big thicket keeps its secrets well, but I know the truth. There are things in those ancient woods that science has never catalogued, creatures that predate human understanding of the natural world. We were lucky to escape with our lives, but I have never forgotten the lesson learned that night in 1973, that there are still places on this earth where humans are not welcome, where older, more primitive laws still hold sway, and I pray to God that I never have to learn that lesson again. I've always felt a deep connection to nature, especially the rugged beauty of northern Arizona. Growing up in Flagstaff, I spent countless weekends exploring the surrounding forests, canyons, and high desert landscapes with my family. Those early adventures instilled in me a profound respect for the wilderness and a desire to constantly push my limits as an outdoorsman. By the time I hit my mid-20s, I'd hiked most of the major trails in the region and even tackled sections of the Arizona Trail. But it wasn't until I met Orson that I truly began to appreciate the raw, untamed aspects of the backcountry. Orson and I crossed paths at a local gear shop where I was picking up supplies for a solo trip. He overheard me chatting with the clerk about my planned route and struck up a conversation. Tall and wiry, with sun-weathered skin and piercing green eyes, Orson had the look of someone who'd spent more time in the wilderness than in civilization. "You ever been out to the Navajo Nation lands?" he asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. I admitted I hadn't ventured much beyond the standard tourist spots like Canyon de Chelly. Orson's eyes lit up. "Man, you're missing out on some of the most incredible terrain in the Southwest. If you're up for a real adventure sometime, I know some spots that'll blow your mind." That chance encounter sparked a friendship that would change my life in ways I never could have imagined. Over the next few months, Orson and I began taking weekend trips together, gradually venturing into more remote and challenging areas. He seemed to have an uncanny knowledge of hidden canyons, unmarked trails, and secret water sources. "How'd you learn all this?" I asked him once as we sat around a campfire, the Milky Way stretching overhead in a dazzling band. Orson was quiet for a long moment, poking at the embers with a stick. "Let's just say I've had some unconventional teachers," he finally replied. There was an edge to his voice that discouraged further questions. As we spent more time in the backcountry, I began to notice other odd things about Orson. He had a habit of leaving small offerings, a pinch of tobacco, a brightly colored bead at certain spots along our routes. Sometimes I'd catch him murmuring what sounded like prayers or incantations in a language I didn't recognize. When I asked about these rituals, he'd brush off my questions with vague references to respecting the old ways. Despite the occasional strangeness, I couldn't deny that Orson was the most skilled outdoorsman I'd ever met. Under his guidance, my own abilities grew exponentially. We tackled increasingly ambitious routes, often going days without seeing another human being. I should have recognized the warning signs. The way animals would fall silent when Orson entered a clearing. The uneasy feeling that occasionally crept over me when we ventured into certain areas, as if we were trespassing in places humans weren't meant to go. But I was too caught up in the thrill of exploration, in pushing my perceived limits. Looking back now, I realize Orson had been testing me all along, gauging whether I was ready for what he had planned. And I, in my naive enthusiasm, walked right into the trap he'd set. If only I'd known then what horrors awaited us in the depths of Navajo country. If only I'd trusted my instincts and turned back when I had the chance. But hindsight, as they say, is 20/20. And some lessons can only be learned the hard way. It was a crisp autumn morning when Orson approached me with an idea that would change everything. We were at our favorite coffee shop in Flagstaff, the aroma of freshly roasted beans filling the air as we pored over maps spread across the table. "I think you're ready," Orson said, his finger tracing a remote section of the Navajo Nation. "There's a place I've been wanting to show you, but it's not for the faint of heart." My interest was immediately piqued. "What kind of place are we talking about?" Orson's eyes gleamed with a mixture of excitement and something else. Apprehension, perhaps. "It's an ancient site, sacred to the Dene people. Most outsiders don't even know it exists." He went on to describe a multi-day trek that would take us deep into one of the most isolated parts of the reservation. The route involved slot canyons, exposed ridgelines, and long stretches without reliable water sources. It sounded challenging, even by our standards. "There's just one catch," Orson added, his voice lowering. "We need to time this trip carefully. There are certain times when it's safer to visit, and certain precautions we'll need to take." I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his cryptic words. "What kind of precautions?" Orson hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Let's just say that some of the old stories about these lands, they're not just stories. We need to show proper respect, follow certain protocols." Any other time, I might have scoffed at such talk. But I'd spent enough time with Orson to know he wasn't one for baseless superstition. If he said we needed to take precautions, I was inclined to listen. We spent the next few weeks meticulously planning the trip. Orson insisted on some unusual additions to our gear. Small pouches of herbs, specially blessed cornmeal, and curiously carved fetishes he said would offer protection. I went along with it, figuring it couldn't hurt to respect local customs. As the departure date drew near, I found myself growing increasingly excited, and, if I'm honest, a little nervous. There was an intensity to Orson's preparations that I hadn't seen before. He drilled me on emergency protocols, made me memorize certain phrases in Navajo, and gave me strict instructions about what to do if we encountered anyone, or anything, unusual on the trail. The night before we left, I had a vivid dream. I was wandering through a maze-like canyon, the walls seeming to shift and change around me. In the distance, I heard a sound that wasn't quite human, wasn't quite animal. I woke in a cold sweat, my heart racing. As I threw my pack into Orson's battered pickup truck the next morning, I briefly considered backing out, but the lure of adventure, of seeing a place few outsiders had ever witnessed, was too strong to resist. If only I'd listened to that nagging voice of caution. If only I'd asked more questions, pushed Orson for the full truth of what we might encounter. But I was young, confident in my skills, and naive to the true dangers that lurked in the wild places of the world. As we drove out of Flagstaff, the familiar peaks of the San Francisco mountains receding in the rearview mirror, I had no idea that I was heading towards an encounter that would shatter my understanding of reality and test the very limits of my will to survive. The transition from the pine-covered slopes around Flagstaff to the stark beauty of the high desert was dramatic. As Orson's truck wound its way deeper into Navajo country, the landscape became increasingly rugged and desolate. Towering mesas and wind-carved hoodoos stood sentinel over vast stretches of sagebrush and juniper. We drove for hours, long past the point where pavement gave way to dirt roads. Finally, Orson pulled over at an unmarked turnoff. "This is it," he said, a note of reverence in his voice. "From here we go on foot." As we shouldered our packs and began the hike, I was struck by the profound silence of the place. No distant hum of traffic, no airplanes overhead, just the crunch of our boots on rocky soil and the occasional cry of a circling hawk. Orson set a grueling pace. We scrambled up steep talus slopes, squeezed through narrow slot canyons, and traversed exposed ridgelines where a single misstep could mean a fatal fall. Despite the physical demands, I found myself captivated by the raw beauty of our surroundings. Ancient petroglyphs adorned some of the canyon walls, hinting at the long history of human presence in these seemingly inhospitable lands. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, Orson led us to a sheltered alcove for our first night's camp. While I set up the tent, he busied himself with one of his rituals, sprinkling cornmeal in a precise pattern around our site and murmuring words I couldn't understand. "Is all this really necessary?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. Orson fixed me with a serious look. "More than you know. We're guests here, and not all the inhabitants are friendly to outsiders. Best to show respect and ask for safe passage." That night, as we sat around a small fire, Orson began to share some of the stories he'd learned about these lands. He spoke of skinwalkers, evil witches who could take on animal form, and other, more obscure entities that were said to roam the desert. The way he told it, these weren't just campfire tales, but warnings to be heeded. "The Dene have lived here for countless generations," he explained. "They've learned which places are safe for humans, and which should be left alone. We're heading into one of those borderlands, a place where the veil between worlds is thin." I listened with a mixture of fascination and skepticism. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as superstition, but there was an earnestness to Orson's words that gave me pause. And in the deepening darkness, with unfamiliar stars wheeling overhead, it wasn't hard to imagine that we were indeed trespassing in a realm not meant for mortals. As I drifted off to sleep that night, I found myself straining to identify the sounds carrying on the night air. Was that just the wind sighing through the junipers, or something more? Were those distant coyote calls, or something mimicking them? Little did I know, those uneasy dreams were just a foreshadowing of the terrors to come. The next 2 days of our trek passed in a blur of physical exertion and breathtaking vistas. Orson pushed us hard, clearly anxious to reach our final destination. The landscape grew increasingly surreal. Natural arches spanning impossibly wide chasms, balanced rocks defying gravity, and colors in the stone that seemed to shift with the changing light. On the afternoon of the third day, we entered a narrow canyon that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The walls were so high and close together that they blocked out most of the sunlight, leaving us in a perpetual twilight. The air felt heavy, oppressive, as if the very rock around us was watching our passage. It was there that we made our first truly unsettling discovery. Rounding a bend in the canyon, we came upon a scene that stopped us in our tracks. A large boulder, split down the middle as if cleaved by a giant axe, stood before us. At its base lay the desiccated carcass of a coyote. But it wasn't the dead animal that caused my breath to catch in my throat. It was the way it had been arranged, positioned upright as if sitting on its haunches, front paws crossed over its chest, in a disturbingly human pose. Stranger still were the objects carefully placed around it. Feathers, small bones, and curiously shaped stones forming an intricate pattern. Orson sucked in a sharp breath. "We shouldn't be seeing this," he muttered, quickly pulling out a pouch of cornmeal. He scattered it in a circle around us, then gestured for me to back away. "Don't look at it too long. Don't touch anything." "What is it?" I asked, unable to tear my eyes from the macabre scene. "A warning, or a message. Either way, it's not meant for us." Orson's voice was tense, his usual confidence shaken. We made camp early that night, in a spot Orson deemed safer, though I noticed he took extra care with his protective rituals. As darkness fell, the sounds of the desert night seemed more menacing than before. Shadows danced at the edge of our firelight, taking on shapes that vanished when I tried to focus on them. Sleep, when it finally came, was filled with fragmented nightmares. I dreamed of running through endless canyons, pursued by something I couldn't see but could feel drawing ever closer. I woke several times, drenched in sweat, despite the cool night air. The next morning dawned gray and overcast, unusual for the typically clear desert skies. As we broke camp, I noticed Orson scanning the canyon rims, his body tense as if expecting an attack at any moment. "Maybe we should turn back," I suggested, voicing the doubt that had been growing since our disturbing find the day before. Orson shook his head firmly. "We've come too far, and it might be more dangerous to turn around now. We just need to be careful, stay alert." As we shouldered our packs and set off, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. More than once I caught glimpses of movement from the corner of my eye, only to find nothing there when I turned to look. The canyons began to blend together, each twisted passageway looking eerily similar to the last. I found myself wondering if we were going in circles, trapped in some kind of natural maze. Orson assured me we were on the right track, but I could sense the uncertainty in his voice. It was late afternoon when we found the bone. I nearly stepped on it, half buried in the sandy soil of a dry wash. At first, I thought it was a piece of driftwood, bleached white by the sun, but as I bent to examine it, the unmistakable shape of a human femur emerged. Orson was at my side in an instant, his face pale. "Don't touch it," he warned, but it was too late. My fingers had already brushed the weathered surface. A jolt, like static electricity but far more intense, shot through my arm. For a split second I saw, or thought I saw, a figure standing on the canyon rim above us. Tall, impossibly thin, with eyes that glowed like embers in the fading light. Then it was gone. So quickly I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Almost. Orson grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. "We need to move, now." As we hurried through the gathering dusk, seeking a defensible place to make camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd crossed some invisible threshold. Whatever protections Orson's rituals had provided, whatever barriers separated our world from the realm of ancient horrors, they were crumbling. And in the deepening shadows of that alien landscape, something was stirring, awake, aware, and hungry for intruders foolish enough to walk willingly into its domain. That night was the longest of my life. We made camp in a small cave, more of a shallow overhang really, that offered some protection from the wind that had begun to howl through the canyons. Orson insisted on forgoing a fire, not wanting to draw attention to our position. As we huddled in the darkness, sharing cold rations and speaking in hushed tones, Orson finally began to open up about the true nature of our journey. He spoke of ancient Navajo legends, of doorways between worlds that opened at certain times and in certain places. He talked about beings that straddled the line between flesh and spirit, neither fully human nor fully animal. "The skinwalkers are real," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But they're not the only things out here. There are older entities, things that were here long before humans walked these lands. And sometimes they get hungry." I wanted to dismiss it all as campfire stories, as the product of overtired minds in a harsh and unforgiving landscape. But after what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, on the canyon rim, I found myself believing every word. Sleep was impossible. Every gust of wind sounded like whispered voices, every shifting shadow a potential threat. I found myself straining to remember the protective phrases Orson had taught me, muttering them under my breath like a mantra. Just before dawn, when the sky was beginning to lighten to a deep indigo, we heard it, a sound that didn't belong in the natural world. It started as a low moan, almost subsonic, that I felt more than heard. It built in intensity, rising to a keening wail that set my teeth on edge and made my skin crawl. Orson was on his feet in an instant, pack already shouldered. We need to move now. We scrambled out of our meager shelter and into the pre-dawn gloom. The strange cry had stopped, but the silence that followed was somehow worse. It felt expectant, as if the very air was holding its breath. We picked our way through the boulder-strewn landscape as quickly as we dared, Orson leading the way with a sureness I couldn't fathom in the dim light. Every so often he would stop and cock his head, listening for something I couldn't perceive. The sun had just crested the eastern horizon when we rounded a bend and saw it. A massive natural arch, spanning a deep chasm. Mist swirled in the depths below, obscuring the bottom. Orson let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. We made it. The gateway. But even as relief flooded through me, I noticed something that made my heart sink. Dark shapes were moving in the mist, circling slowly, as if waiting for something, or someone. Orson saw them too, his face hardened with determination. We have to cross. It's the only way out. Out of where? I asked, my voice cracking with fear. He turned to me, his eyes filled with a mixture of regret and resolve. I'm sorry. I should have told you everything from the beginning. But we're here now, and we have to see it through. Whatever happens, whatever you see, don't stop running until you reach the other side. Before I could respond, before I could demand the explanations I desperately needed, Orson was moving. He sprinted towards the arch, feet sure on the narrow natural bridge. I had no choice but to follow. The moment my foot touched the bridge, the world around me changed. The mist below surged upward, taking on shapes that defied description. Part animal, part human, but wrong in ways that made my mind recoil. The air filled with that terrible keening cry, drowning out my own panicked breaths. I ran, faster than I'd ever run in my life. My focus narrowed to the path in front of me and Orson's back just ahead. I didn't dare look down, didn't dare acknowledge the impossible things I glimpsed from the corner of my eye. We were halfway across when I heard Orson cry out. I looked up just in time to see him stumble, his foot catching on an unseen obstacle. For a heart-stopping moment, he teetered on the edge of the precipice. Then he was falling, plummeting into the mist-shrouded abyss below. I screamed his name, my voice lost in the otherworldly howls that filled the air. Every instinct told me to stop, to try to help him somehow. But Orson's final words echoed in my mind. Don't stop running until you reach the other side. So I ran, tears blurring my vision, lungs burning. I sprinted the final distance to solid ground. As my feet touched the far side of the bridge, the world snapped back into focus. The mist dissipated, the terrible cries faded, and I found myself standing on a sun-baked ridge overlooking a vast expanse of desert. I turned back, half expecting, hoping to see Orson climbing up behind me. But the arch was gone. Where it had stood was nothing but unbroken cliff face, with no sign that a bridge had ever existed. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed by grief, confusion, and bone-deep exhaustion. What had just happened? What had Orson led us into? And how could I possibly find my way back to the world I knew? As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I knew I couldn't stay there. Whatever horrors lurked in this place, I had to keep moving. I had to find my way home, and somehow come to terms with the impossible things I'd witnessed. With a heavy heart and shaking legs, I shouldered my pack and began the long journey back to civilization. But as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that my ordeal was far from over. That somehow, in crossing that otherworldly threshold, I had irreversibly changed, and that the things I'd glimpsed in the mist might not be content to let me go. The journey back was a nightmare of its own. Without Orson's guidance, I found myself hopelessly lost in the maze-like canyons. My water supply dwindled rapidly under the merciless desert sun, and I began to fear I would die of thirst before I could find my way out. On the third day after crossing the arch, delirious with dehydration and exhaustion, I stumbled upon a small seep spring tucked away in a shadowy alcove. The water tasted of minerals and had an odd, almost oily sheen to it, but I was too desperate to care. I drank deeply and refilled my canteen, silently thanking whatever desert spirits might be listening. That night, huddled in the meager shelter of a wind-carved overhang, I experienced the first of what would become recurring visions. In my feverish dreams, I saw Orson, or something wearing Orson's face. He stood at the edge of a great abyss, beckoning me forward with a twisted smile. When I approached, his features began to melt and shift, revealing something ancient and inhuman beneath the familiar facade. I woke with a strangled cry, my heart pounding. The dreams felt more real, more visceral than anything I'd experienced before. And though I tried to convince myself it was just my overtaxed mind playing tricks, a part of me knew better. Something had followed me back from that other place. Some fragment of the entities we'd encountered, and it was hungry. Days blurred together as I pushed on, driven by a desperate need to escape the alien landscape that seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at it. More than once I found myself walking in circles, landmarks I thought I recognized revealing themselves to be cruel mirages. It was on the 5th day, or was it the 6th, that I heard the helicopter. The sound was so unexpected, so blessedly normal, that for a moment I thought I was hallucinating again. But as the chopper came into view, hovering over a nearby mesa, I realized it was real. Search and rescue had found me. As I was airlifted to safety, my relief was tempered by a gnawing dread. I knew that my ordeal wasn't truly over. The things I'd seen, the truths I'd glimpsed about the nature of reality, they would haunt me for the rest of my days. The official story was that Orson and I had gotten separated during a routine backcountry hike. Search and rescue teams scoured the area where I was found, but no trace of Orson was ever discovered. The authorities eventually concluded that he must have fallen into one of the many deep canyons that crisscross the region, his body lost to the unforgiving desert. I knew the truth was far stranger, far more terrifying, but I kept that knowledge to myself. Who would believe me? I could barely believe it myself, and I'd lived through it. The weeks and months that followed were a struggle to readjust to normal life. I was diagnosed with PTSD and severe dehydration. My wild tales of skinwalkers and otherworldly entities dismissed as the product of a mind pushed to its limits by extreme circumstances. But even as I went through the motions of recovery, attending therapy sessions, reconnecting with friends and family, I knew that I had been fundamentally changed by my experience. The world felt different now. The boundaries between what was real and what was impossible no longer as clear-cut as they had once been. I found myself drawn to research, spending countless hours poring over Navajo legends and folklore from other indigenous cultures. I discovered that stories of skinwalkers and similar entities were far more widespread than I had realized, with variations appearing in traditions around the world. The more I read, the more convinced I became that what Orson and I had encountered was part of a reality far older and stranger than modern society was willing to acknowledge. Nights were the hardest. The dreams continued, growing more vivid and disturbing with each passing week. Sometimes I saw Orson, his form shifting between human and something other. Sometimes I found myself back on that impossible bridge, running from shapes I couldn't quite comprehend. And sometimes, most terrifyingly, I dreamed of something vast and ancient stirring in the depths of the desert, slowly becoming aware of my presence. I began to notice odd occurrences in my waking life as well. Shadows that moved when they shouldn't. Strange tracks in the dust outside my apartment. The unsettling feeling of being watched when I was alone. Slowly, inexorably, I came to a chilling realization. Whatever we had awakened out there in the wilderness, it hadn't stayed behind. Some part of it had followed me home. A year to the day after my rescue, I received a package. There was no return address, and the handwriting on the label was unfamiliar. Inside, wrapped in layers of cloth, was a small, intricately carved fetish, identical to the ones Orson had insisted we carry on our ill-fated journey. Attached was a note, written in a shaky hand. "It's not over. They're coming. Be ready." I spent that night sleepless, every creak of my apartment building setting my nerves on edge. As dawn broke, I came to a decision. I couldn't keep running, couldn't keep pretending that my life could ever go back to normal. It was time to face whatever was out there, to find answers to the questions that had plagued me for the past year. I packed a bag with supplies, making sure to include the fetish and the protective herbs Orson had taught me about. As I headed out, I left a letter for my family, explaining as best I could where I was going and why. I knew they might not understand, might think I'd lost my mind, but I owed them some kind of explanation. The drive back to Navajo country was surreal, memories of that fateful trip overlaying the familiar landscape. As I neared the area where Orson and I had begun our hike, I felt a shift in the air, a heaviness that seemed to press in from all sides. I parked at the same unmarked turnoff and set out on foot, retracing our steps as best I could remember. The canyon seemed to welcome me back, the wind whispering secrets just beyond my understanding. I walked for hours, losing track of time and direction, guided by some instinct I couldn't name. As the sun began to set, I found myself in a small box canyon I didn't recognize. The walls were covered in ancient petroglyphs, depicting figures that seemed to dance and shift in the fading light. At the far end stood a stone arch, smaller than the one Orson and I had crossed, but unmistakably similar. I knew then that I had reached my destination. Whatever answers I sought, whatever closure I needed, lay on the other side of that arch. As I approached, the air grew thick and heavy, charged with an energy I could almost taste. The fetish in my pocket grew warm, pulsing like a living thing. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever lay ahead. Just as I reached the threshold of the arch, a figure stepped out of the shadows. For a moment, my heart leapt. It was Orson, alive and whole. But as he turned to face me, I saw that his eyes were not his own. They glowed with an inner fire, ancient and inhuman. "You came back," the thing wearing Orson's face said, its voice a discordant blend of my friend's familiar tones and something altogether alien. "We've been waiting for you." I stood frozen, caught between terror and a perverse sense of relief at finally confronting the source of my nightmares. The entity that was and wasn't Orson extended a hand, beckoning me forward. "There's so much more to see," it said, its form beginning to shimmer and change. "So many truths to learn. Are you ready to truly open your eyes?" In that moment, standing on the precipice between the world I knew and one I could scarcely imagine, I faced a choice. I could turn back, return to a life haunted by half-glimpsed horrors and unanswered questions, or I could step forward into the unknown, embracing the terrible wonders that lay beyond. My decision would shape not only my own fate, but potentially the fate of two worlds. As the last light of day faded and the stars began to emerge in the desert sky, I took a deep breath and made my choice. The consequences of that choice, the revelations and terrors that followed, are a story for another time, but know this: the world is stranger and more wondrous than most dare to imagine, and in the shadowy borderlands between what is known and what is hidden, ancient powers still walk, waiting for those brave or foolish enough to seek them out.